Hey everyone, how awesome is this? Like, good friends are here already in the chat as soon as I start. So, yeah, much appreciated. So I've turned the camera around so it's now facing the other side of the room, and you can see some of the tiles that I made in the background. They're made from like geopolymer, so they're dirt, paper mache, so paper mashed up, horse manure, a bit of concrete, like Portland cement, and what else? Clay and ash from a fire. I collected ash from the fireplace. So, and the patterns on these two ones here are from dandelion flowers that I threw in there. Awesome. Everyone's saying hello to each other, and Resident says, "Don't rush, Luke. Take your time. Good to be here. I have my first lot of exams next week." Oh, already? It's amazing that you already started your journey in this new career. I'm really excited for you. Highly sensitive healers here as well. Good to see you, mate. Just hanging out. I saw you were live just before, so you just finished. Sky's here as well. So how you going, Sky? Awesome to see you. This is awesome. So usually I start the stream with, like, I talk about my week, because it's like what I've been doing, and this week has been like, I had some really good stuff happen this week. I did 2 lessons of mindfulness training of my practice teaching, and they went really well. The person who I'm teaching is really appreciative, and he's listening to everything I say, and hopefully he's doing the practice, doing the homework, and so we've done 2 so far, and there's 4 more to go, so there's 6 lessons in all, and I'm doing this for free. So I'm still offering places for people if they want to have an introduction to mindfulness. I'm happy to work with people to do it over the internet. I need to practice to be a teacher, so I'm doing this for free. So if anyone's interested, email me. So that was probably my biggest win for this week, is getting that done. There's obviously a big change. I've switched the computer around, so now you're seeing they're my speakers, and this is my mixing desk. I haven't used it for a while. I eventually will get back into making music, and it'll happen when it happens. There's no set time when it's going to happen. Kat's here as well. Awesome to see you here, Kat. So yeah, this week that was probably my biggest win, was the mindfulness training, and I did 2 lessons. The first lesson was an extended consultation where we spoke for a period of time, and that gave me it gave me the answers to what practices to go through, tailored towards the person. So I've written the curriculum. So the next lesson will be during the week, this week coming. So that'll be lesson 3. So we'll be halfway already. I'm excited because I've had good feedback so far, and I think it's something I can do. And I'm gonna try and keep doing the breathing videos on here, and do it more often, maybe once a week or something like that. But that's another thing is that things might suddenly change for me where I won't be able to stream for a while. Like I might only be able to do once a week streaming or whatever. Other thing I did today, I did a book review. I was a bit nervous, and I think I kept saying this, that, and I wasn't speaking properly. I think it was because I read the book a few weeks ago, and I think I'll try and do the book reviews straight away as soon as I finish reading the book. That might help with that. But it was my first go at it, so I'm happy that I did it, and I'll get better at it. It's like everything. Baby Stag's here. How you going, Baby Stag? Awesome to see you here. Got me smiling. I'm always smiling when people join. Not much really else happened this week. There wasn't much sort of progress, except there was positive growth in that sense that I I did the mindfulness training, and I also looked into the insurance too. It's not going to cost me that much money to do insurance, so I can do mindfulness online, which is really great. It means I can, as soon as I'm, excuse me, as soon as I can officially start as a teacher, I'll be ready to go, and I'll have a website, and I'll be putting lots of videos on the internet for free. But it's very beneficial to actually do mindfulness with someone, at least initially. You can read books, you can download apps, you can watch YouTube videos, but it's good to have someone at least for a few sessions, and if you want to be a facilitator like what I plan to do, you need to do a full course. But if you just want to learn it, you can learn it straight off the internet for free. You don't have to pay someone, but it's gonna be much more difficult, because having someone there to talk and ask questions and reinforce what you need to be doing and go through the practices in real time with someone it's not the same as being in the same room. I think being in the same room as someone or out in nature is much more beneficial, but like I think you can do it via video conference and for it to work, which is great for me because it means it opens up. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. I can teach you some practices, and then you can. The beauty of it is, as soon as I teach you something, you can go and practice it yourself. Once you've learned something, you don't have to learn it again. And again, you can download heaps of guided meditations of mindfulness practices, which are really good. And there's free ones on YouTube. You don't have to pay money for it. So you can learn all this stuff for free if you want. It helps having someone there. I'm looking at my list. I got written down blank time. So there was parts of the week that just were written off this week. Not much happen, and that's fine. I did spend less time this week than the last few weeks being stuck in rumination of trauma and being affected by it, which was good. I did have some positive experiences where, with two separate friends of mine, I felt comfortable and they felt comfortable for me to share some of my trauma experiences, and it was very healing for me to do that. And I really appreciate these people for being there for me through those times. So they were major things really that happened this week. Was there were two separate instances where I was able to go through in detail what happened to me, and they were separate traumas. So I felt I didn't get like re-traumatized afterwards. I felt like I had um, a healing in having people there to listen to me, and they were very empathic. And I really appreciate them both for being there for me this week. I really do. And it wasn't like this was a short conversation. These were long conversations. So they really spent time to be there for me and hold space for me and listen. And um, that was a really special thing. The last thing I've got on my list here is regularity and discipline, and that's something that I didn't do. So they're things that I need to work on. So I need to work on doing more sort of things regularly, day to day, like self care and just doing more around the house. I'm doing enough, but like I could do more, and that's not just obligations. That's also nourishing things that help me. Um, so I didn't even get to the bush. It rained all week last week, so that was what held me back from going to see the sunset or spend time in nature. So I enjoyed the rain. When it rains like that, I appreciate it, and the sound of the rain, and knowing it's at this time of year too. Excuse me. We often get rain at this time of year here, but like that was solid rain. We got a lot of rain. We got like a month's worth of rain in a week. I'm not reading the comments yet because I'm still chatting, but I'll get to the comments soon. It's awesome to see that everyone's chatting to each other. So I had the title for the video as Betrayal, and sort of moving on from it. And I when I look at most of my trauma, most of my traumas, sorry, is that betrayal was a big aspect. And this is explicitly, obviously, interpersonal trauma, because circumstantial trauma, you can't really have that, as you can't really exist within that same framework or whatever. So, and I've often thought this, looking back over things, is betrayal is a central theme to my life, and sometimes I've betrayed myself. So, and I acknowledge all that, and whether it's overtly or circumstantially. it's still been like, whether, like self-sabotage, you don't mean to do it, but it happens, and then in a sense you're betraying yourself, you know. Um, and when you have unhealthy habits that are not good for you, um, you're betraying your own health, you know. Um, but there has been a central theme, and it sort of goes back to the most painful aspect to me is, it's because it's been an aspect of so many of, the things that have caused me harm, is that there has been an aspect of betrayal, and it's happened in so many different ways, and it's it's something that I actually, um, I got to a point where I started to expect it to happen. So it then caused what was not necessarily self-sabotage, but sabotaging of relationships because of mistrust, or and that's a painful thing. And so this is where past betrayals that have caused that effect have prevented positive outcomes, and also, um, caused me to create, not necessarily create, but have negative, expectations towards outcomes, and that would then influence, um, my behavior, and, um, sort of like self-fulfilling prophecy. And this is where it all sort of interconnects with self-sabotage, or, um, failure as a general topic. So, something that I grapple with, and essentially it's probably a big part of my isolating myself from, um, or making it difficult to find new friends. And that's why I'm so appreciative of the friends that I've found through here, is that, um, because we are disconnected, and we interact in a way, where we are all very, we're all, um, been hurt ourselves, so we're all very, conscious of each other, which is very special, because that means that we respect each other, but we also, um, we don't we're not afraid to talk, which is really good. We're not afraid to open up, but we're not, having a distance. Being over the internet allows us to have this connection without the dangers of that you normally get when you have, um, closer closer relationships with people in your life. And so I appreciate how we're able to be so, um, connected in this way, because it is safe, um, and I don't have this fear that someone's going to hurt me, sort of thing, whereas I do with, um, in uh, within like in my, uh, personal life, um, which I've become very isolated from. So I've pushed people away, and I've deliberately closed myself off from friends, and it is very sad, that aspect to my life, and does mean that I'm lonely, and but I'm not as lonely now because I have all you lovely, friendly people here, with me on this journey. So thank you. Um, Betrayal is certainly a central theme within my interpersonal trauma from childhood, adolescent, adult, and it became a thing, like where I started to expect it, and then it started to affect relationships, and it is affecting them still to this day. So I have this thing where I have to somehow at some point um, reconnect in a meaningful way um, with people in person, not just like, and that's what that's why I stressed all that about how um, much I appreciate these connections we make here online, because even though I am, you know, I'll give you an example. Like over the last few years, I got to a point where I was glad my phone never rang, and it was sort of sad afterwards when once after a few months or whatever, it actually became sad. I started missing that, but that was at a point when I just sort of really pushed everyone away, and then when the phone would ring, I would appreciate someone reaching out and speaking to me, and yeah, it was certainly an interesting time. It's because I s- I reduced down my friends that I wanted to speak to down to a very small few, and then um, I warned them out because I was going through um, an extended period of time of being uh, constantly going through re-traumatization of things, and I knew that I was wearing them out. So part of the reason why I pushed people away was that I didn't want to hurt them. I didn't want to wear them out. I wanted to keep them as friends long term. So it was better that I work on healing and work on my getting past all this stuff before I try to even spend time with them. So that was one side of it, and the other side was there were people that I didn't want to ever speak to again, and that was very sad. Cutting connections and ties with people that I'd known for a long time, and that was very sad. So when that happened, I felt free of it because some of them were people that had hurt me, and then at the same time, I felt very sad because I'd closed the door on them, basically. Um, how do I resolve this? So, just looking at the notes there, learning about understanding human behavior, and not just human behavior itself, but having um, understanding the self, not just understanding how people work generally, or people in groups, society, but understanding myself and realigning things and fixing things on a personal level is much more important. As soon as you do that, you can then reintegrate and reestablish friendships and relationships in a way that's educated, but it's also wise. Like it's you know, you're not going to set yourself up for the same failures, or and I won't have the same fear of betrayal or being hurt. So um, in a sense, that means that you're going to have a better chance for the relationships to actually work. So it's not just healing yourself being a major aspect, it's also understanding the human condition, both yourself and others. And then you can actually re-engage and things will be better. And I think that works for all different types of relationships, whether it's basic connections, deeper connections, intimacy, love. So at the moment, I'm keeping myself protected by isolating myself, and I need to do the work before I venture out into society again on a greater level, so that I don't end up back where I was again, because I don't want. I've been through it enough times already. I've been through it all enough. So just looking at the points, I just make points and then I talk about them. So yeah, essentially what the next point was, overcoming codependency, which is essentially what I'm talking about. So my biggest behavioral trait is fawning or people pleasing, and then having codependent behaviors. So that's what I'm learning about, and maybe I'm learning to be more stoic or resilient. Not changing who I am though. Like I still just want to be me, but I want to change aspects of how I behave. There is difficulty with that, obviously, because, excuse me, because I'm not engaging with society enough at the moment. This is my connection. And it is good. Like I'm having conversations with people through the week. I'm emailing back and forth with people, and we're having long video chats. So it's almost like we're in the same room. So that sort of stuff is really good, because it means that I'm doing that work now. As far as exposing myself to interpersonal relationships. So I'm not completely isolating myself. I'm still a hermit, right? But I'm walking towards the town rather than walking towards the mountains, if that makes sense. I've already spent my time in the mountains. Now I'm headed towards civilization or people, and I'm not there yet. I'm still I'm still the hermit. Um, next point is establishing boundaries, and I'm working on that. Um, I have difficulties with that when I do establish boundaries. Often they don't, like they often backfire or not necessarily received right, or I go too far with them. So, for instance, I establish boundaries by cutting out almost all of my friends, and that's going too far. That's going too far. So that made that severe. So, and that's why I say it's great that I've got this. You know, we're connecting. Like right now, we're doing this. I'm communicating. We're communicating. We're sharing this moment. Like we are present and together, which is special. It means that I'm not completely isolated at all. Like I'm actually with people right now. Um, Next point I made was looking at motives. So I guess this relates back to betrayal, and fear. When you have a fear that someone's going to hurt you or rip you off or treat you bad or betray you in any way, um, you are projecting. You're creating that. So you're creating resistance towards them not hurting you. So there's more of a chance that they will hurt you, or um, you end up behaving in a way which makes it easier for them to hurt you without them even meaning to. Um, or you end up behaving in a way where you're betraying yourself. So being more conscious, being more aware, and I think that comes back to doing more education in behavioral psychology, and not just the theory of it, the actual practice of it. You know, so in a way, I've got to level up, and then that'll be a big thing for me because it'll improve relationships. If I'm not expecting betrayal, then there's less of a chance it's going to happen. And that doesn't mean I should be um, ignorant, just not presume it. I, I used to presume it. I got to a point where I expected it, and it would cause me to shut off or be suspicious. You act suspicious of other people. Um, it's going to project that, and then they're going to act suspicious. Um, at the same time, you've got to trust. You've got to have faith in people. Um, and this goes back to establishing boundaries. So being stronger in yourself, knowing how to stand up for yourself more, and raising the level of self-preservation and self-dignity so that you just don't allow um, you don't allow people to walk all over you anymore. So they're less likely to do that. They're less likely to hurt you or whatever. So for me, and this is where the main point I'm trying to make here is that it's a massive scale of ways people can betray you. And for me, because people have betrayed me in such sometimes devious and destructive ways, it means that the lesser, more harmless forms of betrayal still trigger me as an overall thing. So maybe overall I just need to not think about it. Don't well not think about it, but not have it in the forefront of my mind. Um, focus on becoming stronger in myself and being the person that is not going to get betrayed not because people fear me, but because people don't see it as something that needs to be done or should be done or is easy to do. So, boundaries, putting up a guard, um, but a big thing is still being able to put trust and faith in people, because I think there's a lot of people out there who deserve more trust and faith put in them, and this is where I look at my own faults, is where um, I don't give them that enough, and that's where I've gone too far, and I've thought people are going to hurt me, and they had no intentions to, and that's where that um, damages yourself, and so it's a very difficult thing because it can work in so many different ways. Um, so I've got a lot of work to do, and that's good that I've talked about this stuff, because it gives me, I know the work I've got to do is to move past all this stuff, and things are just going to be so much better in the future, and I'm going to have these great relationships with people again after having them not happening at the moment, sort of thing. Or I will one day the phone will ring again, and I'll be glad that it's ringing all the time. People want to speak to me, compared to pushing everyone away and hoping the phone never rings, which is what happened. You know, there's so much going on in the chat. I don't know where it's going to take me too long to go to the start, but everyone's saying hello to each other and stuff. I might just skip through a few comments and just try and get as quick to where the chat is, because obviously people were commenting on what I was talking about as I was talking about it. So, well, Kat says the book review was great, Luke. It's encouraged me to read it. Awesome. Yeah, it's a really good book. It does have some really good exercises in it. It's well worth reading, and photocopying or taking photos of the pages that have got the exercises, so you can just keep them there. I got it from the library, so Um, Resonance says, I watched your review. It's just fine. Don't be hard on yourself. Thank you so much, everyone. Maybe I am pretty harsh on myself. So I watched the video back straight away, and I was just picking it to pieces. So Paige says the same thing. Love the book review. Awesome. Red Rose says, baby stag, hello. There's my fellow Louisianan. It's been a while. I send you a big hug. That's awesome. Yeah, that's right. Red Rose and baby stag are from Louisiana. How awesome is that? We're from all over the world. Resonance says, you made much progress. The fact that you're doing this mindfulness shows you're moving into resilience. Awesome. Thank you, Resonant. It is certainly helping, and I practice every day. I'm reading more books on it now. I'm reading one at the moment. This is the next one I'll do. And so the person who wrote this was I think she was ordained as a Buddhist monk, as a nun, sorry. So it's very heavy on the Buddhist aspect of mindfulness, but it's a really good book. I'm going to enjoy this, and I've got another mindfulness book, Mindfulness for Depression, which looks really good, and it's again very dense as far as a lot of information. But this is awesome. I'm chapter 3 or whatever now. It's the beauty of it too is that it's opened up so much other stuff for me too, not just like mindfulness itself, but it really does interconnect with so much stuff. So it is powerful. I like and being able to take control of the brain again, and not just the brain, the body. Be able to read the body. So powerful. And the healing aspect, for the more you practice mindfulness, you literally grow your prefrontal cortex stronger, and your hypothalamus and your amygdala has the vagus nerve healing aspect to it. So it's such a powerful thing, and the more you do it, the more it's good for. It's like you get a fitness. It heals, and then on top of that, you become more aware and more present, and so your whole life changes. It's awesome. So I can't wait to see where I am in a year's time. And then a year after that, it's just like everything's just going to just keep getting better and better. So. Baby Stag says, hi Sky, with the kisses. Paige says, resonating with someone who loves you matters. Yeah, that's a beautiful comment. Highly sensitive healer says, you're doing it right now. Awesome. Thanks, brother. Red Rose says, Paige, 100%. Baby Stag says, been dealing with some solo yet. I miss you all so much. I hope you're epic as do. Totally. Like, I miss you too, Baby Stag. We've had some amazing chats. Some really amazing chats. And it's late at night for you right now. It's like early morning. So I hope to do some streams that are better timing for the States. But like I said earlier, like things might get a little bit more difficult for me. So I might be just doing one stream a week for a while, but I'll keep doing it. I need to keep doing it. It's such a healing thing, and having this community is such an amazing thing. Baby Stay says to Red Rose, been dealing with. Oh yeah, read that one. Maybe he doesn't realize it. Yeah, you're right. I'm too harsh on myself, mate. Yeah, Red Rose says, Brian, you're exactly right. Yeah, I'm too harsh. Paige says, press like if you like it. Thank you, Paige. That's awesome. Red Rose says, yeah, Baby Stag, I understand. We'll always be here for you. I'm sending you so much love. Awesome. Paige says, free as the wind blows. I love that. Red Rose says, yes, Luke. Highly sensitive healer says, I'm free falling. That's it. That's a classic song, that one. Red Rose says, that's what it's all about. Red Rose says, yeah, Brian with the hugs. Highly sensitive healer says, wow, man, big time self-awareness. I do. I mean, I spend like the first 20 minutes or whatever of the stream is like me doing my self-reflection and stuff. So it's gives me an opportunity to recapitulate and see where I've gone wrong, but also look at the things at work as well. And I try and it's everything. It's the that's like the topic of betrayal. It's like there's this central topic, but it spans so much stuff, and it became a fear for me that then became like it's funny how like something that starts off here, it sort of snowballs and then ends up changing things. So you've got to work out how to fix that, and it's not easy because otherwise you just keep making the same mistakes or putting up too much of your boundaries become barriers. You want your boundaries to just be boundaries. You don't want to have them to be stopping you from things. Freya says, good to see you here, Freya. I'm not sure I've seen you in the chat before. Welcome so much to the chat. It's good to see you here. Says, I'm proud of you for at least doing this much, making these videos. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. That really means a lot to me. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you appreciate it. It's like, I'm glad you're here. And we have these amazing chats, and it's already happening. So this chat's, I'm so far behind in the chat. Like it's going to take me ages to catch up. So I might have to I will have to skip a few comments, but I won't. I'll try not to skip too many. Everyone's saying hello to Freya. I hope that's how you say it. Awesome. Highly sensitive heel says digging the vibe of this live. Hit subscribe. That's awesome. Yeah, Paige says nice couplet. Freya says yes, betrayal implies there was loyalty, or at least simulated loyalty by definition. Exactly. Like I have a thing where I am loyal. Like it takes me a lot to walk away, and I see the betrayal as being people not being loyal towards me. On the other side of the coin, there's people that have made effort for me, that have been loyal towards me, and I have been too fearful of betrayal that I haven't even been able to see that they've been loyal towards me, and so they've been hurt. So, and that's something that I've had to realize, is that it's I've gone too far in presuming people are out to hurt me, or they have ulterior motives, and that's caused me um, it's caused strain in relationships or failure in relationships, um, and that's I do have pain for that, where I've gone too far the other way. But saying that, that's not denying the fact that people have betrayed me majorly in the past to get me to that point. So it's finding that balance in the middle now. Highly sensitive healer says, my dad has betrayed me. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Big time. He continues, yeah, big time. Sorry to hear that, man. Red Rose says, Brian, with the upset face. Yeah, self-sabotage. That's it, brother. It's a big thing, isn't it? It happens, and you try not to do it, but sometimes it just happens automatically. It's so painful when you get so close, so like you get, almost to something happening, like working out, fruition, and then it all just crumbles, and that's the most painful thing. So I think, I've with as far as art, that's a classic thing. This is my art in the background, these tiles. So it's good that I'm showing you some of my art now. Again, I've self-sabotaged with this stuff because I've gone, oh well, who wants to buy this stuff? Who's going to pay money to people? If all I had to do was actually, I had a a shop that was gonna. I talked to them about it. And I showed them some of the stuff, and they said, "This is great. We can put these in our." Like they had the landscaping section, and they could have had these and sold my tiles to people to put in their garden. So maybe I'll get back into making them one day. So, but that's an example of like where I was just like put all this time and effort into something, and then thought, "Oh, who's going to buy this stuff?" Of course, all I have to do is put it in a shop, and then someone's going to buy it, and then they'll go, "We want more," and then I make more, and then it just keeps going. So, I was sort of creating my own failure by just thinking no one was going to buy it, when all I had to do is like take it that little bit further, and it would have worked out. Highly sensitive healer says, crying is healthy, J Rose. Totally is. Crying is such a healing thing. He continues, yeah, let it out. Paige says, Freya, you are so welcome here. Yeah, that's it. So welcome here. It's awesome that you're here. Freya says, yeah, I'm going to jump before you kick me type. Thinking I've experienced this from both ends of a relationship. It's self-defeating and it's not sustainable, and I don't know what to do anymore. I totally hear what you're saying there, eh? It's It's very tricky, isn't it? And that's what you do. You preempt the situation. So it's like, yeah, and then afterwards, after that, you regret it because you've gone, well, you never know afterwards. You don't know if they were if how it was going to turn out, and because then you direct it back on yourself, because if you're the one that's done the reaction and you've reacted too early, you're never going to know how it was going to turn out, and so you can blame yourself for acting a certain way, and that's painful. But you can learn from it all. You can learn from it all, and sometimes you're right. You're actually, it could be a gut instinct, and you're actually protecting yourself. That the person was going to end up hurting you, and sometimes you actually get vindicated. Where you may pull back, and then later on you um, change, and then the person ends up hurting you, and then you're like, then you go, well, I knew before, and then I gave him that second chance, and I shouldn't have given him a second chance. So that's difficult, but at least then you can acknowledge that you were right at least the first time, and you were being open and giving him a chance too. So it's better that's better than closing yourself off too much. Um, Paige says, "I'm gearing up for my favorite holiday in America. Haha! I couldn't be more grateful." That's it. It's a big weekend coming up. So it's like it's even bigger than Christmas or something, isn't it? For some people, lots of food. You end up having food for a week. But yeah, have leftovers, lots of leftovers. So yeah, I hope you have an awesome one, Paige. I really do. Look forward to having a good chat when after once you've had the week of festivities. You can tell us all about it. Red Rose says, Freya, hello to you. It's nice to meet you. Uh, you do have no, you do not have to apologize any. You just be you, Freya. I'm very introverted, even though I come across as extroverted. I relate to you, Freya. I'm pretty much a recluse. Let your tears flow. I've been doing a lot of crying myself, a whole lot of crying. Red Rose, sorry to hear that. You have us here. You will be loved. And Red Rose got continued. So yeah, you have to do this. Just be yourself. I'm sending you a really big hug, Freya, and much love. That's sorry to hear you're going through all that, Red Rose. That you're it is tough, and it's good that you're able to open up. And it's not easy to do that. Um, that's one thing I really appreciate with um, everyone here, is that we feel comfortable enough to open up about stuff, which is pretty special. Um, Freya says, "Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Walk around open with my innocent, vulnerable, beautiful, childlike soul, continuously being naive and perpetually devastated? It's ridiculous. I need to become jaded." It's sort of. I think what happens is uh, eventually you become jaded, and then you become wise. So then you open your heart up again slowly, and you do it in a protective way. You don't want to you don't want to change. That's the thing, is you don't want to change, because you don't want to change yourself and become jaded, but you sort of have to in a way. um, but then you can then go back to being yourself again, but just a little bit more reserved, or you just know when to step sideways or step back, or know when to speak and tell people to stop. Because it's amazing how much people will stop what they're doing as soon as you call them out and tell them. Because a lot of times people are unconscious to what they're doing. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen all the time, and you're still going to get hurt. So part of it is also having to be vulnerable. You have to still have this vulnerability. Otherwise, you close yourself off too much, and you're in a situation like me where you barely leave the house. Hardly speak to any of your old friends anymore. And then also, because I don't socialize, I don't have the opportunity to make new friends anymore. So that's why I love this community, is that I get to make new friends with all you people, and I can't express how much I love the what I get from everyone is just beautiful. Paige says, yeah, Freya, they are making their bed of loneliness by alienating you. That's a really good comment. They are creating it by doing that. Like it backfires on them eventually. Baby Stag says, 100% proud of you. That's a beautiful comment. Freya says, hey, you're definitely right. Justin Bieber is definitely too late to apologize. Way too late. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Interesting. Red Rose says, you have to do this just yourself. I'm sending you really big hug, Freya. Much love. Paige says, Freya, your love is a gift that can't see. Maybe they're blonde. Freya's Red Rose got the hugs. Freya says, oh, my bad. That is One Republic. Oh, I could be burned at the stake for that, lol. Paige says, haha, I meant blind, lol. Highly sensitive healer says, I say the same thing often on my channel. Lol, Justin Bieber, yeah, it's classic. Everyone's talking about Justin Bieber. Poor fella though, man. He got smashed by Hollywood. The whole dark scene of evil stuff that goes on there. He's a victim of that shit. But I don't know. Maybe he's a perpetrator as well. I don't know. I'm not. I don't want to be like talking about this stuff, but like I know that he's a victim of stuff. He certainly is a victim of stuff, but he probably got mixed up in it all too. So I don't know. All I can say is there's some murky stuff that goes on in show business. Freya says, why should they apologize? My unconditional love has already forgiven them way ahead of time to begin, and they don't even need to be sorry. My empathy and my psychic nature, I mean, I have no excuses. But yeah, but you're like me, Freya. You're probably too harsh on yourself. So, give yourself some credit for how strong you are, and how you've made it this far, and you are self-aware too. I'm just noticing the candles are starting to. This one's about to finish, and the other one is at the same time. Except, actually, you know what's happened? They're both. This one's going to keep burning for a while until the wax wears out, and this one's the candles, the last little bit of the wick has fallen on the side, so it's going to stay burning again. Oh no, just went. I was talking about it, and so. But that's the yeah. Paige says, "You knew them before you knew yourself. It's tough to be sensitive." And she continues, "But you deserve to be known." Highly sensitive healer says, "Oh my God, man. Holy crap." Freya says, I'm nearly gutted, and not just from the romantic partner. That's just the most current situation. It's like everyone my whole life. And yeah, do not I usually do not disturb function on my phone anymore. That that does help. I used to have my phone turn off at night as well, automatically. Highly sensitive healer says samesies. Red Rose says, Freya, it really is hard, really is. I can't understand. I do. I can understand. I do understand. Yeah. Highly sensitive healer says that has to be part of the CPTSD. Totally. I think that's I think it is. It's I go into trauma responses from um yeah, I go into freeze um when people are going through coercive or manipulative actions, and then um, yeah, very triggering for me. Freya says, I considered it a milestone having the ball sack to even use the D&D function. Like I've had my ass whooped for less. Highly sensitive healer says, wish you was seeing the chat. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm seeing it now. Amelia's here. How you going, Kiora? Amelia? Hello, Luke in chat room. Says 6 cents Amelia. Freya says, sorry for my vulgar language. I'm just upset right now. That's all right. I read it out. I normally don't read out vulgars, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah, do not disturb. That's what D&D, not Dungeons and Dragons. Red Rose says, yeah, I've self-isolated as well for several years now. Red Rose says, Brian, he will. You're allowed to be upset, Freya. Yeah, absolutely. Freya says, so I wanted to be able to use my YouTube, and I was lucky to even have a phone with internet connection. I didn't have any other options, and I needed guidance. I need to be able to do research. That's it. Like your phone these days is like your computer, you know. Paige says, we're all family here with the heart. Highly sensitive healer says, I think you're in the right place, Freya. Paige says, yeah, but the good kind of family that actually knows how to love. That's a beautiful comment. Freya says, but I just turned my phone off and it didn't work because I got desperate, and I would reach out to my abusers, order some substance or whatever, um, or it would come for me. Yeah, that's the downside to it too. You know, it's like a thing that if you've got addictions and stuff like that, it becomes part of that. Red Rose says, Page, yes. Highly sensitive healer says, I'm so sorry for your experience with from the bottom of my heart, my friend. Page says, yeah, we're always healing and being honest about the hurt. It's the only way to start. That's beautiful. Baby Stag says, mwah, big kiss. Freya says, constant barrage of abuse in nonsense accusations. Like, that's what gets me the worst. It terrifies me. Nonsense things. Don't even make sense. They're obviously not true, and it's not sustainable. That's the worst. It's like sounds like you're getting there's gaslighting and accusations and stuff like that. Six Sense Amelia is saying hello to everyone. Saying hello to Red Rose. Um, Highly Sensitive Healer says, yeah, Six Sense Amelia, great name. It is. It's classic, isn't it? Love it. Six Sense Amelia says, who's Brian? Brian's Highly Sensitive Healer. That's his actual name. Yeah, love the peace sign too. So he says, Freya says, honestly don't know why I'm even commenting on this feed of all sudden because I haven't talked to anyone like basically ever. But see, you've opened up. See, that's the beauty of these chats is people feel comfortable enough to do this. So you've come here tonight and you've already seen my videos. So you've seen I was live and then joined the chat and then we're here for you. That's the beauty of it. We're here for you. Like this, you can just open up and talk to us, and you're doing it now. So, I know I'm catching up on the chat. So, but keep talking. We're here for you. Freya says, well, not about me anyways. Well, like, don't be self-conscious. Like, feel free to keep talking, I mean, Freya says, I mean, I'm a light worker or whatever, but they call those people who focus on everyone else so they don't have to look at their own shadow. That's what I've been doing apparently. I think it's a crucial part of everyone self-development is to do shadow work and focus on the shadow as well. And then that's how you grow and you I have always been someone that helps people, and that's part of like the codependency and people pleasing and fawning. And there's a genuine aspect to me helping people and wanting to help people, but then it goes too far where I'm then not helping myself. So it's the same thing, as what you're talking about, like, with the whole concept of being a light worker and then not actually doing your own healing, So I think you've got to heal yourself first so that you can then heal others, or do it at the same time at least, so people can see you're actually doing the work too, and then you can do it together. You can both be healing at the same time, because I think a lot of healing takes a long time. But so I think you can still be there helping people and still have your own problems that you're working through. But you have to be working through them. And it sounds like you are. So it sounds like you are doing the work. It's just that you've got a lot to deal with, and you're up against a lot. Paige says, Amelia means striving in Latin. I didn't know that. Thank you for teaching us that. Wonder if you ever grow into that name. That's it. That's a beautiful name. I didn't know Amelia means striving. So that's sort of like amelioration, like the word amelioration. Freya says, I'm coming to realize I have actually been so much evil inside my light, and I didn't even know it for the longest time I ever had a chance to even wander amongst the chaos and grief. There is a difficulty with pain, and that it creates a negative aspect within. So you have to work on that, and that's like the shadow work. But once you work through that, then you 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 still have your you're closer to your higher self, and you've it's like the ego. You've destroyed the ego that is the shadow, and then so you're closer to your higher self. That makes sense. That's my understanding. Highly sensitive healer says, "Baby steps, my friend." Yeah, it does. Small steps is That's a really great comment, because um, eventually you get there, and it does take increments. Freya says, like, I'm literally just dumping my shit on total strangers. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it, Freya. It's all good. I don't even know why. I don't know. Probably I won't make it if I don't. I'm going to have to do something, maybe, if I just say some words. No, you will feel free to just keep. You're not dumping stuff on us, That's what we're here for. We're here for this. Paige says, fawn is the last resort. No shame in that. I'm glad we're all here. That's a beautiful comment, and it's good to actually have that. It is last resort, and unfortunately for me, it was my go-to for my trauma responses. I'd often go to fawn, especially as far as it became a thing for me to stop people bullying me. I would act like an idiot, or I would go over the top, and it would stop them. And it took me a long time to actually step back and become more reserved. I still don't know how to deal with bullies. I just deal with it in silence. I just don't respond. So if someone bullies me, I just don't say anything. Just silence, you know. Um, so, but in the past, I used to have that response. Yeah, highly sensitive healer says, Freya, we're here for you. Red Rose says, Paige with the hearts. Freya says, I've been guilted to do a channel like this. I've been guided to do a channel like this. I'm so proud of you that you've actually done it. This is such an inspiration. You actually did it, dude. I'm proud of you, for real. Also, thank you so much, Freya. And that you said you're guided to do this. You should do this. You should start your channel. I look forward to seeing your videos. It sounds like you've got a lot to talk about, and we want to be here with you. So I'll subscribe straight away if you start a channel. I'm going to your channel. I'm subscribing right now. I just subscribed to your channel, Freya. So if you start making videos, I'll get notifications. Yeah, that's it. Highly sensitive healer says, fight, flight, freeze, fawn. That's exactly it. The 4Fs. Sixth Sense Amelia says, I didn't know that. Thanks for the etymology of Amelia. To Paige. Yeah, that's it. It's a beautiful meaning. Freya says, hey, at least you're walking on my fucking knees, and not in a good way, lol. I'm sorry to hear things are so tough for you at the moment, Freya, but they will get better. you've got the strength to open up to us tonight, and that shows a lot of strength, and like you are reaching out, and that's, you know, I think that you have strength that you will make it. So um, I think you just start making videos. I'd like, it's the good thing about when I started doing this is it has helped me, because it's been part of like my healing journey, and it still is, and it's going to continue that way. And the beauty of it is by having these chats, is it's healing for others to be able to come and be part of it. So um, it's awesome. So start making videos, Freya. Paige says, happy to chat anytime. That's awesome. See, now I see where I'm caught up with where I was at on the chat. Highly sensitive healer says a hermit wouldn't be live on YouTube. True. I'm like a digitally I'm not a hermit, because I'm on, but basically I barely leave the house, um, just saying, he says. So yeah, I'm not full hermit. I'm just like part hermit. Red Rose says, Luke, that metaphor, oh, I love it. You'll get there, and I'm so very proud of you. Paige says, lol, good point. Highly sensitive healer says, you're further than you think, my friend. Freya says, boundaries for me is a guaranteed ass whooping, but not that I'm alone. I'm free to completely withdraw and isolate. It's been kind of nice, actually. Yeah, it is. It's good to be able to do that. It gives you safety, and it is self-preservation and protection to do that, and to be able to do it when you need to is really powerful. Red Rose says, Brian, that's so true. Paige says, sometimes friends you had were a reflection of who you were. New friends are gold, and old friends are silver, in my own opinion. That's a really good comment. Highly sensitive healer says, fear is that to protect us. Our brains are designed to protect us. Yes, that's true. That's a really good comment. He continues, I've become good at determining which things or people are a threat or to be feared. That's a really good. So you become wise. Your discernment has become, your skills of discernment have gotten better over time, and that's good. And he continues, it's not easy to do. So you've had to go through pain in order to learn these skills. But once you've developed these skills, now you can use them, and it protects you now moving forward, which is a really good thing. Freya says, I'm not necessarily religious, but my overall theory includes an aspect that has to do with spiritual and energetic possession. That's fair enough. Like I think people that have got problems, it's like they're possessed. So a materialist can look at a mental disorder as being like the brain's possessed, but they think of it in a different way. And someone who's religious could think of it like as if they're possessed by um, an entity, like an archonic entity or a demonic entity. So I think there's always a way that spiritualism and materialism can meet somewhere in the middle. So um, they can agree on stuff somehow, even if they disagree. But you're welcome here with that. Like everyone's beliefs are welcome here. A lot of us here certainly believe in the spiritual realm or reincarnation or um, higher powers, things that we can't necessarily explain. Um, but the universe is all connected. We're all connected in the universe. Um, and I often use the example that so high science, quantum physics, and all that stuff is very close to religious explanations of things. So fear beckons fear, says Paige. I choose love, says highly sensitive healer. Freya says, bottom line for me has always been I know whatever is going on is trying to turn me into whatever it is. And I effing refuse. That's the only reason why I haven't let it turn me is be. Then Freya continues, oh, sorry, it's coming out from speech to text as gibberish, lol, is because I'm crying. I'm sorry to hear you're still crying, Freya. So, but we're here with you, Highly sensitive healer says being aware of your trauma response or responses is key. Absolutely. It's very important, isn't it? Just being able to read it, and then you can appropriately, you can harness it, you can listen to it, or you can choose to not listen to it, or you can act on it. There's so many things you can do. You can protect yourself from things. When to re-regulate, chill out, take a breather. So many things. Once you start becoming more aware, so that's very important. I thought I was catching up on the chat, and I'm so far behind still. I am so far behind. I thought I was caught. Oh no, maybe I am caught up in the chat. I missed this one. Wait, where am I? I am so far behind in the chat. I can't believe it. I thought I'd caught up, and then I'm just like, Paige says Luke's going to be happy when he reads through all this. Absolutely. Ray says, oh, sorry, it's coming out from speech to text gibberish. That's right. I just caught it. I'm so far behind on the chat. It's good. It means that everyone's having a really good conversation, though. I will fear no evil, says highly sensitive healer. Freya says, no weapon, physical or metaphysical, shall prosper. So mote it be. Paige says, so it is then, haha. Freya says, everything is literally so inverted, not just emotionally, morally, whatever, but literally everything is inverted. Yeah, we live in an upside down world where everything is inverted. It's some of that's intentional and some of it's just the way things have turned out to be. But I think our purpose in life is to rearrange it, fix it, get it back the way it's meant to be, whether it's for ourselves or for the greater good. Um, Highly sensitive healer says, lol, you've clearly already done a lot of work, man. I've still got a long way to go, brother, though. I reckon I'm only 20, 30% along the healing path. I've still got so much to do. But I think it'll just get easier as I go. And I think you get all the returns as you get better. Things get better, so you start to enjoy life more. Um, Freya says, I think part of me is afraid of to talk about it because, I mean, obviously it always goes back to fear. I'm afraid of spreading suffering to others and also manifesting it through my power of my words. I understand what you're saying. I have that sort of fear with what I talk about on this channel, talking about stuff that's negative, but then if it's got a constructive, there has to be a constructive element to it. And so you do need to, I think you're not invoking things by speaking them. You only give them power if you allow them to have that power. I think if you are speaking in a certain way, it's protecting from that. But words are literally spells that will cause effect. So you're conscious of that, and you don't want to spread negativity. But in a constructive way, there it doesn't have that effect, you know. So and part of these chats is it gives people the opportunity to have these conversations, so we can talk about these topics, and so don't worry, it's all good. Yeah, highly sensitive healer says this is coming from someone who's also done a lot of inner work on themselves. Yeah, you have, brother, a lot. Yeah, and it really shows. You're living a good life now. So and you're making art. That's awesome self-care, and you got a community, really friendly community. So it's awesome. It's great to see what you're doing. Freya says that's on top of knowing that nobody wants to be around Debbie Downer or somebody who's made their own bed and crying about laying in it or being misunderstood, etc., etc. Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying. I think I was like that for a long time, and I was at the same time I was pushing people away, but I was also too much for them because I was stuck in trauma responses and going through stuff, and like people couldn't handle it. It's too much, and I became self-conscious of that. So just as I'm catching up, I'm going to have to take a break in a minute, but just as I'm catching up on the chat, I'm having to take a break. I might do that in a minute. What's the time? Yeah, it's still early. We've only been going an hour and a half, so that's good. I'm so far behind on the chat, but I do have to take a break, and we're here with you, Freya. Like, this is very constructive. Like, you're talking personally about what you're going through, but we've gone through very similar situations, and we're here with you. So don't be self-conscious. I hope you all like the new setup with the way it's all set up. It does mean that this is my chair I built. It's actually got a 90-degree back to it. You can't really see it there. You can see the frame there, but it's like got a square back to it. So when I sit, it's really good. I can sit and stretch. Yeah, it's really good. So I can sit here comfortably, but it's on the floor. I like sitting on chairs that are low set chairs. So when I do stand up, like it'll look funny. But yeah, I'm going to take a couple of minute break, and then I'll keep reading through the chat because it's very important to not skip stuff here because it's a good conversation. amazing. Everyone's still here. It took so long. I was like, I had to chat to Dad for a bit. So it's a really awesome chat tonight. So I know I'm still so far behind on the chat, but it's really important. It's good giving Freya this space for us to all be here for her. So even though I'm so far behind on the chat, I get to hear what everyone's been talking about. Freya then continues, and that's on top of knowing that nobody wants to be around Debbie Downer. Yeah, that's right. And somebody who has made their own bed and crying and laying down in it, being misunderstood, etc., etc. It's easy to be too harsh on yourself, but at the same time, being fair and being aware. And like I said, I understand what you're saying. I'm like that myself. I push people away by being too much. When I was stuck in constant trauma rumination, it's all I could talk about for years, and it was too much for people. And so that's when I was also pushing people away, because I realized that I was not helping. But then at the same time, I had people that were there for me and listened to me, and they were helping me. So it's a difficult thing. We're here for you tonight. We're here for you, and we'll still be here. If you want to email me and continue the conversation, do that. Baby Stay says, good. It's okay to be alone a lot, long as you mingle here and there. Just make sure you're ready for those times, and not, if don't do it at a time. Try again. Make a plan for it. That's really good advice from Baby Stag. Like, enjoy the time spent alone, and don't let it be for too long. And then try and spend time with people, but it's got to be on your terms, and it's also got to be protected, like a safe thing for you to do. Paige says, here, Freya, J Rose, we can listen without talking the pain into ourselves. We can sit with you and love you through it. That's beautiful, Paige. Ray says, my whole life, everyone has tried to silence me, and really, in the end, I've done it to myself. But hey, at least it was me and not them. I shut up, and they didn't silence me. I look, again, I can empathize with you with that, and it's painful to go through that, and it's also painful to actually be the one that actually ends up you silence yourself, because you fear being ridiculed, or you expect that no one's going to listen to you, so you decide not to speak. So it's good that you've opened up tonight. We're here for you. Baby Stag says, don't overwhelm yourself, though. At your own pace is therapeutic and okay, just the same. Freya says, I lived in Baton Rouge for many years. I'm in Illinois now. Paige says, hello from Virginia. Freya says, the only people I talk to are my two grandkids that I babysit all the time. They're 7 and 5. So that's really good. You still got connection, and it's family, So that's pretty special, and you get to have that time. Sixth Sense says, Hello, baby stag. Freya says, and I don't mean to talk to you like my stuff's obviously, I just mean it all. Paige says, I know they love you. Sorry. I know they love your love. Children are a gift. Freya says, I think it's like an entity and agriculture, a certain energy that it's a body hopper. Um, you know, in a lot of cultures that they do like forms of exorcisms to heal people and cure people, and a lot of healing things can be like that. It's like even if it's not directly referencing something, um, it's releasing this thing that's trapped in you and releasing it from you. Um, so and that's why a lot of somatic or like physical therapies can be powerful when they're energetic. So you're moving, you're physically moving, and you can heal through movement. Freya says it's funny you say it like that, Paige, because my granddaughter always says she just wants to be my love. Paige says the new generations are open to true love and the old ones are afraid of it. Freya says I think a part of me is afraid to learn or wake up anymore. Sorry, and to the reality, like it's so damn scary. The more I learn, it's like shit. We do live in a world that's got some really dark aspects or some really nefarious things going on. There's things that can cause us to lose faith in a lot of stuff, like corruption and perversion, um, and you don't, it can be difficult. You can be overwhelmed by it, but at the same time, there's this part of the world that's like not good, and then there's this part of the world that's really good. So this is like the duality of the world we live in, is that there's good and bad, and there's um, it can be overwhelming when all you see is the bad, and you miss out on the fact that there's all this good in the world. Um, there are people that choose to ignore the bad and only think that the world's good, but they're naive because they don't see that there is both aspects. Um, the key is not to be overwhelmed by it. So when you start seeing how bad things are, try and remember how that there is good, and try and focus on that. Um, so that's what helps me, and I'm sure it's what I've been told helps as well. I'm not just saying this, for myself. It's like focus on, focus on the good, knowing that there is bad, but and also another thing is focus on what you can do, what you can change. And so, we can't change everything, but what we can do is we can change ourselves. We can affect our immediate environment, so we can work on, it's like a Disposable Heroes song. Water pistol man full of ammunition, squirting out fires on a worldwide mission. But did you ever think it starts with the flowers in your own backyard? So start with the flowers in your own backyard, and then things will get better on a greater scale. Paige says, I recommend being young at heart. Yeah, that's a great thing. Is you can, you can stop yourself from, you can be like 80 years old and still be living life like you're in your 20s, and you'll probably be fitter and healthier too. So it reflects it. You don't want to be drinking alcohol like you were when you're in your 20s, but you want to be enjoying life and having that youthful aspect, and I think that's a very powerful thing. Highly sensitive healer says you're way further into mindfulness than you think, Lowell. That's awesome. It's good. I am, like, I'm reading the books, I'm practicing. I was doing 2 hours a day practice, and I'm down to about maybe an hour. So I need to be doing back. I reckon 2 hours a day is what I need to be doing. But I'm integrating so with mindfulness, you've got formal and informal practice. So it's like you make it a way of life. So you integrate mindfulness into everything, and that's what I've been doing. This last phase has been making, being more present more often, and the formal practice helps you train your brain and focus your brain, focus your thought, be more present. But also the informal practice is where it sort of blurs, and then you sort of you self-reflect. You go back through a day and you go, how much of the day was I actually present for? And if you can say I was more present today than I was yesterday, then that's a good thing. Reading is a good thing. So I got back into reading, and so you have to be present to read, especially if you're learning. So if you're reading a fiction book, the part of reading a fiction book is to sort of be present, but you're not being aware of awareness in that sense. You're going into the story, and you're being present within the story. So it's like you're going into a dream, but being aware of the dream. But you have to be conscious and present to read, and focused enough to be able to create this world that you're imagining through the words. So then if you're reading something that you're trying to learn, like this book, this is really pretty heavy, because it's going deep into concepts, the history of religions and mindfulness itself, and it keeps jumping around perspectives, and it goes right deep into fundamentals. So I've actually been writing notes while I'm writing this book, you know. There's a page of it, which is good. So, but reading as a form of mindfulness is if you're not especially if it's something you're wanting to retain, the more present you are and focused, and then you actually, as you're reading it, you're retaining it and you're comprehending it, and that's where taking notes helps as well. But it's, if I read for 2 hours a day, that's 2 hours of mindfulness. So it all adds up. So Freya says, and yes, I prefer to be stunted in my childhood. They say that you're stunted at your first age of trauma, that you make about 7, that make me about 7 years old. And I think unless you count my birth, which I don't really, it certainly does affect you. Like I've been stunted with that. And in a lot of ways, like not many people do things like making these tiles, like I only made them a few years ago, and lots of people look at me, even when I'm being productive, and they go, oh, you're so creative, you do all this stuff, you got all these amazing hobbies, your interests and stuff, and I don't think of it as being that peculiar, but they think it's peculiar, and I think it's because they've mentally aged and they don't have this interest in things. My problem is that the trauma prevents me from actually keeping things going. So like making music. The last time I made music on this mixer, I did this epic. There's a couple of videos on my YouTube of me making some noise music, where I spent like I connected up sidechain compression with all these effects, and I did it all through analog. It was all analog, and I spent hours connecting this thing up, and it was just awesome. And it's just like I haven't done that since. It was so I will get back into that. So you can, there is something good about having interests in hobbies, doing things that are different, peculiar. The downside is that if you have too many hobbies, you don't get around to actually completing things, making things. I've got all these woodworking tools, and I haven't done any woodworking for so long, so now they're starting to get rusty and stuff. And I sold off I had all these woodworking tools that I sold last year, which I probably shouldn't have done, but I didn't have the space for them and for a workshop or anything. So at least I got back the money I spent on them. So that's something. But it was sort of sad but that's an example of a hobby where I didn't lose anything from it, money wise. So that whatever money I put into it, I got back when I sold all the tools, because I bought the tools for the right price. So I sold them really cheap, but I got them cheap. So and they were good quality stuff. So it worked out good in the end. So in my example with that is, sometimes it's okay to have a dream for a hobby, which was woodworking for me, but I just didn't have the space for a workshop. And so I couldn't keep all these bigger tools. They were just taking up space, and they were causing pain to see them sitting there and not being able to use them. So I could have kept them, and they would have been there for when I wanted them. But I sold them for what I paid for them. So it's different when you sink money into stuff and then you don't get anything from, you throw it away. So a lot of people do that with hobbies. Paige says, your soul is signed up to be embodied. Making it through birth is trauma, though I woke up around the same age. Freya says, I vow I'm not going to reread this comment feed or edit or redact anything, even though I know I probably make it chaos. I'm sorry, but thank you guys. And as far as the timing, it's divine for me. So honored to have you here, Freya, and like we're here for you to have this conversation, you know. Highly sensitive healer says, does anyone agree with me? I agree with you, especially about the mindfulness. Like, that's good. It means that because I want to be a mindfulness teacher. So I have to be a certain way along the way in order to be able to be a teacher. And I think I am, as far as understanding not only the concepts, but like and the fundamentals, but also how to actually show someone what they have to do, like the steps you got to take. And it's really much like it's a skill that takes time to develop. Paige says Luke must and will know he's grown more than he can see yet. I will look at, I have in the last, I do acknowledge I have grown a lot, especially, like, that's the beauty of this channel, is I can actually go back to the start of it and go look at where I was and look at where I am now, how I can talk better, things that I've achieved, lots of things, you know. So I do agree. I have to acknowledge it more, though. I do. And, you know, for instance, last week I'm doing teacher training. That's awesome. How good's that? Like, I was still doing the course when I started the channel. Oh no, I mean, I started this channel a couple of years ago, but when I started doing the live streams, Six Cents Amelia says, listening along. I don't talk very much sometimes. That's all right. That's awesome. You're still here, just listening, and that's the beauty about me reading out the comments, is that you can just sit back and listen, and it's delayed because I'm so far behind, but you're still going to hear pretty much all the chat. Freya says, I give myself points even when I just sit in the background, because sometimes it's even difficult to just be around people in a live stream without talking. It's ridiculous. Paige says, the universe is thankful for every life. It's infinite, and you're precious. You're a precious point. That's beautiful. Freya says, and yeah, I just stumbled upon your video. Never seen you before in my life, but you have perfect timing. Thank you. And I don't know why I feel comfortable to speak, but out it came. Yeah, well, that it's amazing. This happens a lot on this channel. People the YouTube algorithm works really well. Like you know, the right people just appear and at the right time, and you know, it's amazing. So I love how
I love how it works like that. It's just fate and fortune and the universe and the YouTube algorithm. Freya says, yes, you pronounce my name correctly, and it's impressive. No one ever does. Awesome. So I got it right. That's good. Because I figured if I was saying it wrong, you would have corrected me earlier. But that's good. Paige says, geez, we're loyal to a fault if we're here. That's why we've met. It's the universe. It just works. Freya says, the only person I've been disloyal to has been myself. I can yeah, I can hear that, and I can I mean, I've been disloyal to people, but not mostly. It's been myself. It really yeah, that I can identify with what you're saying, and that it's not easy, and you cause yourself all this pain, and you give all this to others, and I guess what you can learn from that is to be more loyal to yourself. Put yourself first more, and still be loyal to others, but put yourself first. Highly sensitive healer says it's a common theme for our page. It's got like the broken heart. Highly sensitive healer says, I still have that feeling from the first time, Luke. That's awesome. I remember, joining your stream, and it was awesome. We had a good chat. Freya says, what a conundrum we find ourselves in. Highly sensitive healer says, let's stop commenting to let him catch up, lol. I wonder how far it is now. Like, wow. Oh, it's quite a lot, but I'll get there. I could skip some stuff, but it's such an important chat to really say everything. Baby Steak says, you okay, baby? I'm up cooking steak and eggs with potatoes. Awesome. It's like 4 a.m. Baby Steak's cooking breakfast. Steak and eggs with potatoes. That's like a wicked breakfast. Freya says, so funny. Not only was I just wondering if that was your artwork, but also I also am an artist and have gone about it in the same way, same exact way. I just was thinking it as you spoke it. How there you go. Isn't that amazing how that works? Even though the chat's like off, and then I pointed to the tiles at that time. It's amazing. Freya says, I know 6 Cents Amelia says, yeah, I was wondering what those were in the background. Yeah, that's it. They're my art. They're tiles. I'll I mean, it's hard to see them sort of the patterns properly. Like, just wondering. Where is it? I was thinking, here we go. That's what I was looking for, my torch. You can see some of the patterns. See, there's scratches. Not scratches, but like sculpture.
make the torch a little bit lower. But this will sort of show the. Wait, here we go. That's too bright. It's not really showing it. Just the patterns. I mean, they're just like textures, really. And those ones there on the side, on the edge, they're all broken ones. But they sort of look like ancient tiles, ancient, stuff. That's an awesome comment. Highly sensitive healer says creating art isn't about anyone else, it's about you. That's awesome. Freya says, in my experience, every time I didn't jump, they kicked me. So yeah, I get that too. I understand what you're saying. Even if you feel like you sort of did, then you look back and you go, no, really, I was being pushed into that position, or I was being led there, or whatever, Same thing with giving up on things, like, it's painful. Like, I mean, you always have to take yourself into account, but you also have to look at external factors and give yourself credit. Freya says, yeah, acknowledging I was right, even whenever I got proven right, and it was painful, and it helped me correct my intuition. Yeah. Vindication after the fact is really good. Even if it's painful, at least it means that you were, especially when you're trying to tell people stuff and they're not listening to you, and then when you turn out to be right, sometimes they'll apologize, but often they won't, but at least they'll acknowledge that they were wrong. Very rarely you'll get I'm really sorry, I should have listened to you. But you'll often get acknowledgement, Sometimes acknowledgement's silence. Paige says, yeah, you got it. Paige says, know when to step sideways or step back is poignant. Sam's here. How you going, Sam? So might it be with the Bible verses, mixing Wicca and Bible will get you possessed faster than a lot of things. No offense, but on one hand, you're talking possession. That's fair enough. I'm talking. How you going, Sam? Paige says hi, Sam. Sam says hi. I'm talking about how what materialistic neuroscience has similar representations of what religious groups might say is possession. And that's what I often draw connection between opposite sides where they can meet in the middle, there's the cognitive science of how we think and how memory's stored, what are memories. Yeah, I don't know. I could go off on tangents with all that stuff. Baby Stag says, don't say someday, bring them before this month over. Make a commitment to self, bring them before the month over. I want to say before Monday.
but get the feeling they may be closed. Sam says, Luke, your room's changed. Yeah, it has. I've switched the camera around to the computer, so it's facing this way. So they're my speakers, my mixing desk, my artwork in the background, and I got a desk behind me with some candles. Go on. So I've been going in the background. No one's seen them, but you can see them now. Paige says, Bibi kept Eilish safe. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's going back to what I was talking about with the dark side of Hollywood. There's some weird stuff going on there. It's all that stuff's getting exposed at the moment. Freya says, and for the record, Sam likes fruit. I'm definitely possessed. I'm specifically angelically possessed, conscientiously by choice. Paige says, Earth Angel chat. This is awesome. Freya says, just putting that out there. That's the only way I've kept myself from being unknowingly demonically overrun, but it seems so many around me have been. Freya says, and also I think I said this, but not specifically religious. So I'm deeply spiritual, but if I had to pull from any culture, it would definitely be pagan or heathen. Six Sense Amelia says, good night, Luke and community, 10 p.m. here, getting sleepy. Good to see you all. Take care and be safe, everyone. So, sorry, Amelia, you must be, this must have been a while ago. So, good night from the future. Sorry, that's what happens when it takes so long for me to read these chats. People have left by the time I realise. But it was really nice to have you here. Paige says to Amelia, yeah, rest well and sleep, sweet dreams. Paige says, well. Freya says, not to try and take a offensive or defensive position, I'm just being real. I hate that so much. I lost in translation was written text, but I'll just have to trust. Totally, like especially if you're using like a phone or something like that and it does autocomplete, it changes words on you and it's so frustrating. You go back through a message and you go, what was that saying, but everything you're saying makes sense. Freya continues, honestly, I think everyone has addictions, whether they are legal or not, manifest through a substance or a codependency or whatever. It's coming from the same place. Yeah. Humans have an addictive nature by nature. If we didn't become addicted to having a comfortable house, we wouldn't be living in houses. Same thing with food. There's the need for food, but then there's also the addiction of it, of enjoying it. And then you get the same sort of dopamine rush from achieving goals that make you safe or satiated or whatever. So it's like, what I'm saying? There's if you look at everything as everything being on a scale of addiction, then you have to look at things that are good for you as also being things that you're addicted to. And that way you can sort of separate habits, good habits, healthy habits, unhealthy habits. It's a way you can actually substitute an unhealthy habit with a healthy habit. And so the unhealthy habit could be an addiction to a substance, and the healthy habit could be creating an addiction to a healthy thing like an exercise or a food that's good for you, that substitutes the unhealthy habit or addiction. Same thing for thoughts as well. People get addicted to thoughts, and so things like anxiety and depression and trauma, even like you can be stuck. It can be the thing you have to let go of it. It's like you can become addicted to going through the trauma, and that's part of the trauma itself, is that you can't let go of it, and you're afraid to let go of certain things. I've come to terms with. I saw someone posted something the other day, and it was talking about how, if all we are our memories, who are we when we reframe our memories, or we change? In order to grow or to let go of trauma, there are therapies, like reframing, where you basically go back through the memory and you change your perspective of it, so that it's changing it after, and you've already identified, or not necessarily identified, your identity. You are, in a sense, a construct that is built from those foundational structures or beliefs, memories, beliefs, experiences, and opinions. It's everything. And then you have, I guess it's like an existential question, really, because who are we anyway? So we are who we are. I am, you are. The question answers itself. But it's an interesting thing when you think about change. The beauty of it is that we are who we are. So who I am now is not who I was. I might still be part of. I came from that place, but now I only exist now. All of us, we only exist right now. Right now, we exist right now. So we're always going through change. We're always changing. We're always adapting and evolving and refining, learning more, forgetting more, refining, changing. So, who we are is who we are right now, because who we were is not who we are now. And that's how we can let go of trauma. That's how we can forgive ourselves for making bad decisions or wasting time. That's how we can forgive others. We can say, well, if someone can go through redemption, that allows us to forgive them because they've made an effort to actually redeem themselves by going through that change. So they aren't the same person that they were. And that's something that I think we all experience, is that we we retain our inner self that is hasn't been damaged. And then we have our behaviors and our actions and our beliefs, and those things can all be changed. And as we live, we can grow, and we can cast off the things that don't do us any good, and we can learn to do things that are better for us. And we can look back at who we were and go, I was completely different then, or I was wrong. Being able to look back and say you were wrong about things is powerful. Not many people can do that. Most people look back and they're always right, but a lot of people can do that, and it's that ability to do that allows us to grow, because if you didn't change, you wouldn't grow. You'd always be the same, and then we'd be stuck. And that does happen to people. They don't grow, they don't change, and they're stuck. So, but I think a big thing is that I am not who I am now is not who I was, and who I will become in the future is not who I am now. So it works both to resolve the past and be optimistic towards the future. So it gives you an opportunity to look towards the future, and also an opportunity to look towards the past. And it doesn't make it any easier when you've gone through trauma, but it can help. It can help. I'm trying to work out where I am in the chat. I'm so far behind still anyway. Freya says, it sounds like you and I have a lot in common. Honestly, yeah, I think we all share a lot of things. Paige says, Freya, send Luke an email. He does one-on-ones. Yeah, totally. If you want to have a chat, we can do that. Freya says, I didn't show my comment. I think I put too many words and said the only reason I clicked on your video is because you're a man talking about betrayal, and it's women going on about it. And I never check my email, but anyone that wants to can add me on Facebook, and I use Messenger. Yeah, cool. I'll try and find you on there. I'm not really on Facebook that much, but email me anyway. But or maybe I'll try and find you on Facebook. It's not always easy finding people. Paige says you have to reach out to him. He's got a lot going on. Don't even know if he has Facebook. Yeah, I do have Facebook, but I'm not on there that much. Got my Instagram is connected to my YouTube, so you can click on that and go to my Instagram. Paige says if you reach out, he'll sit down with you. Frey says, okay, thanks, Ame. Frey says, I'm so impressed by you, just the fact that you're a man talking about all this and speaking about being bullied and whatnot. Guess I've never seen any man be vulnerable and authentic. Thank you for your kind. With that, you know, it's good that you found me and that I stood out like that, you know, because a big aspect to this channel is being vulnerable and, you know, authenticity. You know, I talk about my faults, and I don't just talk about, in fact, I probably talk about my faults more than I talk about I don't really talk about, I do talk about things that when I succeed with stuff, but it's usually not virtues. It's more just when I'm happy about succeeding in something. But at the same time, I don't really talk. I'm very optimistic. I used to be very critical. The inner critic in me used to be like really bad. You know, knocking myself all the time, and it contributed to self-sabotage, low self-worth, all that stuff. So I think having this channel and talking helps me to maybe be more positive towards things. So, and having these conversations too, like it gives me a lot of confidence because I get reassurance from people that they appreciate what I say, just like that comment you just said, which was really touching and beautiful. So thank you so much. You know, it means a lot to me to get that sort of feedback, and the fact that you saw the title of the video and you saw me talking and you just clicked on it, you know, and then now we're having this chat, and we've been having this chat now for a while, which is beautiful. Freya says, I have one or two on there, but I can't believe you just did that, lol. Like literally made me smile even though I'm crying. Hopefully you've stopped crying by now because I'm so far behind in the chat that hopefully the tears have stopped. Freya says, I read tarot and I do a lot of art and all kinds of different things. I can make videos out of, honestly, I don't know why I keep putting it off. Yeah, look, you'll do it now. You're going to do it. You're going to make some videos. You've got a phone. If you've got a computer, like this is just a laptop I'm doing this on. Freya says, I keep putting too many words in the comments and won't let me edit them. And I have to repeat myself. I need to get the hang of this, lol. That's all right. Just keep chatting, Wes. I'll keep reading it. Basically, Freya says, basically, I've agreed with and identified verbatim with everything you've said so far. It's kind of strange. It's like a certain synchronicity is that play. It is amazing like that. Like I'm speaking from the heart and we connect because there's the commonality, you know, we're humans and we've had enough similar experiences that so it does resonate, you know, and I get that. And that's what I get that from the comments when I read people's comments in the chat. It's like, yeah, I totally get that. I know what you're saying. So that's really another beautiful comment to hear that. Synchronicity is, we do get a lot of synchronicities on these chats. It happens all the time. It's uncanny. Freya says, I'm referring to the possession as it's violence. I think it does correlate with some chemical distortion going on as well. Yeah, like you could look at people who are psychopathic or psychotic or pathological violent
people are damaged, but they're also got damaged brains, and they also have like part of their psyche has been corrupted. You know, like a computer that's got faulty software, and you could also look at it like a chemical imbalance as well. But I also see it more so like the way I see the brain works being things can get interrupted so easily, and with blood flow going to the wrong places, and people that are violent have often got these other underlying issues, and they're often contributing factors. It's interesting, what a friend of mine was talking about this the other night, and she was explaining how the Greeks used to brutalize and traumatize the younger generation to get them to go to war. They'd take them to war, and they would do horrible things to them, and it would brutalize them, mess their head up, make them violent, so that they could then go out and become violent themselves. And I thought that was really disturbing. And that sort of stuff almost, it goes on today in similar ways. It's like that form of indoctrination into creating a certain type of mindset to then have like a cognitive dissonance where they forget about morals and things like that, so they can then do horrible things, violence and horrible things, in order to and not have empathy or compassion, or because otherwise people just wouldn't do it. So they have to be broken down. It's like mind control, in a way. And see, the more I keep talking, the longer it's going to take to catch up. So it's cool. We got all the hearts and the smiles flying in the sky tonight. They've been going all night. Paige says, "No worries. I'm really glad you're ready to break out of the shell, the world built around you." That's a really beautiful comment. Paige says, "Yeah, chemical. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I don't know. I think there's something, it's hard to describe." Freya says, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the cross is not the long and short cross, but the even sides cross is where the spiritual and the material meet in the center." Freya says, "Like some people might be on a substance, or they have chemical imbalance, or certain poisons in the environment. People are chemically distorted." Yeah, I think that I think that maybe that's, you're explaining why you meant with that. And yes, I agree. Things like religion and science are saying the same things with different sets of terminology,
pretty much across the board, I found. Yeah, totally. Freya says, yeah, I've dried it up a little longer now, but thank you so much for being relatable, even though it required you to suffer so much. I know it did. Yeah. But I'm healing, and we're all healing together. That's the beauty of it. We're all on this journey, and we can share what we do and what doesn't work and what works and things like that. Freya says, yeah, I don't think you're that far behind. I think there's several different conversations going on at once. I know from my perspective there is, Lowell. I think it's happening like we're having the conversations, and that's good. It's good. I think it's the conversation is people are responding to what I'm saying, and so there's this cycle thing happening, which is cool. I like that. Freya says, yeah, I've written your book, man. Lol, makes me think that one movie, Did We Just Become Best Friends? Lol. Yeah, totally. Well, I've subscribed to your channel, so where will send me an email or something, or Facebook or whatever. Freya says, yeah, and yes, as far as the inversion, I'm going to make another religious implication here, but it says we are made in an image, and images are inverted, both photographs and mirrors. Yeah, that's interesting. So it's like an inversion. It's like a revert. It's like a like an inversion, but it's like might be the right way, top to bottom, but like it's flipped. Mirror, like a mirror image. So it's as wild as it sounds. I don't think the inversions of a bug. I think it's a feature. Yeah. Sounds like Fruit says, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper, and every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment thou shalt condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. Resonant says, I think you are more along than you think. Thank you, Resonant. It's good to know that. Gives me confidence. Freya says, I concur, Sam. Sam says, I wasn't going to. Sam started like quoting heaps of Bible verse, and I was like, oh, I've got to stop reading them out. But like, I'm happy to read the odd one. So as long as you don't put too many in there, I'm happy to read the odd one out. Sam says, Isaiah 54, one of my favorite chapters. Freya says, I always say that I'm either never enough or way too much. Paige says, God's enduring love and faithfulness. Freya says, again with divine timing, I was about to say the same thing about needing a break, but also subscribe to your channel. There you go. So this must be when I had the break, and now it's like ages later. It's like an hour. I think it's been an hour ago when I had the break. That's how long it. I think I could maybe start your channel to maybe in a favorite or something. I'll check it out. Yeah, if you subscribe and then do the bell icon, then you'll get notifications whenever I schedule a lot of streams. So especially once a week, like which is now, like it's Sunday night. I always do a Sunday night stream, and so you'll usually I schedule it a day or 2 days beforehand, so you'll get a notification. You'll know it's on. Today I actually only scheduled it a few hours beforehand, so Freya says, yes, stop it. I'm refurbishing and upcycling a chair right now, basically rebuilding it. Lol. Awesome. Paige says, I smell romance. Lol. Freya says, I'm really so impressed with this man. He actually made me laugh. Awesome. If I can, you just made me laugh. Well, Paige made me laugh too. Loving good people is good. It is good. That's a beautiful comment, Paige. Freya says, I feel a bit bad because when I clicked on the video, I was like, what does the man have to say about betrayal? Lol. I've been shown the door on that one. I learned a long time ago, though, in all actuality, it's a good thing to be wrong most of the time. Yeah, that's a really good comment. In fact, being 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 wrong actually teaches you to be correct, or at least, especially if you can reflect on it. You know what I mean? It's lonely being right or correct. Often you'll be correct or accurate, and you won't be well received, or um, like, it's good when you're, say, making something and you measure it all perfectly and then it all fits together. And especially with carpentry, like, especially if you're building something that's got to be over there, and you start here and then you've got to go there and then you've got to go there, and want it to line up with that point over there. And if you measure it all right, it all slots in. But you can be a bit wrong. And then, so, like, it can be a little bit wrong and it still fits together. It doesn't fit together perfectly, but you can adjust it. If you're completely wrong, nothing's going to work. So this only happens if you're close enough to being correct. So in a the idea is that you're giving it a go to be correct, or you're intending to have it line up and be right. But if it turns out that you're not exactly perfectly right, you'll be close enough and you should be able to adjust it and then make it fit. But saying that, at the same time, like, if you put in the effort and you really focus, you can start over there and then make it to a point in space and have it perfectly line up. And it's being confident in everything you do along the way. So each piece of timber has to be measured and cut and aligned with that intention, and then it all slots together. So there's, I like using carpentry as references for things. As I sit here in silence, listening to my dog snore, I realize I've done it. I've manifested the peace that I have so longed for and needed. Wow, I actually did it. How awesome is that, Freya? I'm so glad you found us tonight. We're all here for you, and we're appreciating the fact that this is your stream tonight, Freya. We're here for you. This is awesome. So, literally all my basic needs are being met. I'm not in any danger, and I'm warm, quite comfortable, actually well fed. I even have a few luxuries, the coffee and the cigarettes and internet, bravo. I believe in divine timing and I have patience, 10,000 saints. So you're not far behind as far as I'm concerned, but that is a good Candlebox song. Paige says, like and sub to see more raw pain displayed and described. Such a beautiful channel. Thank you, Paige. And I live in a camper and my daughter's yard, and with her 2 children and boyfriend, my grown son also. I'm divinely in a safe space. I also have my own sacred space. That's pretty nice. Freya continues, I had to walk away from everyone and everything I ever knew, cared about to get here where I'm at, and it's still fresh, and I'm still quite stunned. That's amazing. So this is like a journey that you've just sort of achieved this sort of newfound location. Freya continues, yes, I think it's a matter of terminology across cultures. It's really speaking to the same concept. Some people say possessed, some other people say mental illness, some say abusive. Yeah, that's it. Paige says, Freya, J. Rose, bold move, much respect. Freya says, I just make sure I call in my higher self or my oversoul or source prime creator. I call it angelically possessed. Freya continues, and yes, as far as you talking about the duality, I refer to that as like lower and higher timelines again. It's just terminology discrepancy, same concept exactly. Freya continues, I feel such an immersive relief and gratitude for the spontaneous and seemingly mundane, fleeting conversations. We honestly never know what can be game changer for ourselves and others. It's funny, I was literally typing the word ourselves as you were saying the word ourselves. Yeah, that happens a lot. Synchronicities like that happen a lot. It's interesting though. Be the change you want to see. I'll make a point to check my email more often and more so on Facebook Messenger. Although I have like 3 accounts, but I'll send an invite them all 3. I'll find the correct one, lol. Freya says, yeah, I hope it's not too forward. I feel like I've just slipped a stranger my number at a bar. No, that's all right. I've got my email account on my YouTube here, so send us an email and we can chat that way. You might find, I don't know if it's easy to find me on Facebook, but you can have a go. I don't use Messenger, but I think I can take messages on Facebook if we're friends or whatever. Freya says, yeah, ironic considering this is the polar opposite of that, lol. Yeah, totally. I have my hardcore hot flash coming on. I must be having straight up purge of the cathartic release of something. I'm going to use the potty break, get some water, be right back. Paige says, be kind, rewind anything you regret, admit mistakes, and you're willing to grow. That's exactly it. That's a really good comment. That's a big part of it all, isn't it? Acknowledgement and awareness, and then surrender, and then growth, renewal. It's how we grow, become new. Freya says, I'd love to read your book. Awesome. Well, I'm writing a poetry book at the moment. It's almost finished. It's pretty much finished. I've just got to type it all up. Freya says, it sounds like something I could have written actually from the way you speak of it anyway. It's kind of strange that like we share the same terminology. It's for the most part, it sounds like, yeah, that's awesome. Freya says, yeah, your music method sounds amazing. I'm going to have to check out your channel more. I play guitar, but I haven't in a long time. Yeah, so I've got a playlist on here, which is just classical guitar song, played like 20, almost 30 times or something. And then I've got noise music on here, a lot of noise music. And so be prepared for that. But there's a link to my SoundCloud on my YouTube channel as well, which has all different type of music. So if you want to listen to my music, check out my SoundCloud account. Freya says, yeah, I know what you mean about lack of focus on one particular hobby. I'm a little scattered at the moment. At the same time, sorry, perfectionist, it's kind of perfect storm. Yeah, me too. Like I have that perfectionism, but then I have a carelessness aspect as well. So that allows me to experiment and create new stuff, but then I have the perfectionist thing. But then I also give up because of the perfectionist thing, because I don't think I'm going to be able to attain it. And then so I give up. So it's a difficult thing. Freya says, yeah, the whole reason why I taught myself guitar was because I wanted a hobby that wasn't harmful to anyone. I want to be able to express myself, do something that I went too fast there. I'm so far behind in the chat. Holy hell. Here we go. Yeah, I'm so far behind in the chat still. I work mostly with discarded materials no matter what I'm doing. I found I can find things that other people throw away in basically any genre. That's awesome. Your approach, overall demeanor, received A+ from me. As far as the healer, teacher, or anything, good friend and good man. I mean, it's fair that I probably haven't been around that many. Thank you, Freya. Even when you're just sitting back and not participating in the conversation with your words, you're still participating. I call it being a pillar or a column or holding space. Thank you. That's it. Like sometimes I answer and respond. Other times I'll just keep going through the comments. Sometimes someone will say something and then I'll be talking for 20 minutes, half an hour. So it just all depends. Freya says, yeah, you call it YouTube algorithm. I call it divine guidance, lol. Again, with terminology. I'm starting to get a kick out of it. Paige says, Freya, let Luke catch up with the chat. It's 4:09 so here, so we must be in the same time zone. Freya says, okie dokie, 10-4. Starbright's here. How you going, Starbright? Awesome to see you here. MJG's here as well. MJG, awesome. Starbright and MJG here. Much love to you both. Good morning, says Starbright. Good morning, all, says MJG. Freya says, I would love to do a compilation with you. Could do the sculpture aspect and I could paint the top, something like a collaboration. Yeah, but it's a bit difficult. You're in the States, I'm in Australia, so we can't, shipping it costs too much. So maybe think about somehow. It's like, it's still possible. Paige says, good morning, Starbright. Freya says, yeah, it's funny, Google will even say you and I say lol. Freya says, yes, we're we're addicted by nature, and then we have chemicals involved sometimes as well as actually always, but just try to avoid the whole stigma and shame of like one is worse than the other. Yeah, I agree. And it makes me think of the world religions. Actually, if you take any away, like a dog was and stuff, you can do anything religiously, and it's like the same thing as an addiction. Paige has got all the hearts. Freya says, yeah, like for instance, I can say work out religiously. I can say I'm addicted to working. Working out, one wouldn't imply healthy and one would imply not healthy, but literally it's relative to perspective. See, that's a really good comment. It is relative to perspective and how much damage it does to you. So, it's easy. You can work out so much that you actually cause your body a lot of damage. Freya says, yes, and people don't realize we become chemically dependent, aka religiously addicted to trauma responses, both psychologically and physically responsible. Yeah, absolutely. I use the strategy often also, use the strategy of distraction. Self-destruction is powerful. Absolutely. Self-destruction is an antidote to self-destruction is an antidote to self-destruction I think you mean self-destruction is an antidote to self-destruction. In my experience is what I was trying to say. Yep. Freya says, Google won't even type it. Lol. Maybe even I invented it. Self-distraction. Geez, lol. That's it. If it's not in the autocomplete, it's you've created a new trend. It's not only your right, but it's your responsibility to utilize your power or perspective and see things in a way that would be more beneficial if you can believe it. Anyway, I did have to learn to be careful though, because I started around that strategy for a long time in a way to postpone separation from my abusers unconsciously. As far as dangers go, this inspires me to speak of the fact that the only way you can tell that someone's artwork is authentic is through careful identification of the flaws. Yeah, flaws are what make it. Same with handwriting analysis. Actually, it's used a lot in forensics, following the flaws. This is very alchemical as well as these concepts very much so the temperance card and tarot. I don't have Instagram, but I'm on Facebook very much. Messenger. I think your approach is on point. I think self-analysis is powerful, and there's a difference between that and being self-loathing. I've not sent you being self-derogatory once as of yet. Yeah, I think I'm better these days. Like I used to be shocking at it. I'm much more even if I don't um, yeah, I used to have negative talk towards myself, and I used to do it in front of people on purpose. I put myself down as a stature thing, not dominance, submission. I would be submissive through self-deprecation, make myself lower. I don't do that stuff anymore. I'm better. I probably, I probably, I think, I don't know. It was a big problem for me for a long time. I'd put myself down in front of everyone just to appease, and it was a people pleasing, codependency self-loathing thing that I had going on. Yeah, that's awesome. You're going to start making videos, Freya. You got a lot to say, so you should say it. Freya says, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you're bringing up the Greeks right now. You don't even know. Holy shit, lol." I'm literally learning Greek at the moment. The way certain cultures in the Greek and their dependence reminds me of how we break elephants today. Isn't that interesting? That was from earlier when I was talking about them. Freya says, "Yeah, that cycle thing that's happening in communication, I call it that transdimensional suffering." Lol. Freya says, "It's funny because you said you needed to take a break way long ago, but now you're reading the religious stuff and you're needing to take a break." Yes, that's so well. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know what I was talking about then, but like, um, I'm just open to what everyone wants to talk about. Like, that's so, because I'm reading what everyone else is saying. Like, yeah, it's not me saying it. I'm reading what you're saying. So, but then I'll comment on it, And if Freya says, yeah, if we think about most of the time, we assume or presume or anticipate are things we don't necessarily want until we train ourselves otherwise, even what we're taught to believe. Absolutely. So 99% of the time until we get to hang off being aware of ourselves and directing our thoughts is actually really good if we're wrong most of the time. And then I say, if we're going to assume something, at least assume in the direction we prefer, but it takes a lot of practice and self-awareness. Exactly. Steadfast courage. If you look at science as approximation, everything in science is approximation. Mathematics, unless it's discrete or I forget what it is, discrete mathematics or it's all approximation. Science and mathematics and engineering. Um, um, financial system is all assumption and approximation. So there's a lot to be said for that. You look at a speedometer on a car. It needs to be calibrated, and even when it's calibrated, it's going to go off straight away. Like it's my watch loses a second every 6 months or something like that. So it's because I haven't adjusted the time. This is now like I'm checking. The computer at least synchronizes. Yeah, so this is almost 1 minute behind now because it's been several years since I've synchronized my watch. So because it loses time, it's eventually lost, But it's pretty accurate considering. because it doesn't synchronize, whereas computers and things like that synchronize. So it's how's that? I've finally caught up almost. So 99% of the time, until we get to hang of being aware of ourselves and directing our thoughts, actually really good if we're wrong most of the time. I think I read that one maybe. And then I say, if we're going to assume something, at least assume in the direction we prefer, but it takes a lot of practice and self-awareness. Yeah, that's it. Steadfast courage. Yeah, that's it. And if you're speaking right now, it sounds like you may have terraformed universes. Awesome. That's the beauty. The word, the voice, words are the most powerful things in the universe. So, like, if you think thought, conscious thought is one of the most powerful things, because it's something that can actually change. So you have the material world that exists without conscious thought, but then conscious thought can affect the material world through action by having a body and then having tools and things. But then it requires the thought, which then requires the thought is the word. So you can have action, so the thought can go straight to action. And if you think the way that most animals, their consciousness is mostly thought action. They might think and have a consciousness, but it's a different type of consciousness. And they might have contemplative thought. Animals have contemplative thought and memories and personalities and things, but and languages, and complex social behaviors and structures within their societies that they live in. And they also have interspecies communication, like where birds speak to other birds, and all the animals all speak to each other in the ecosystem. And this also happens with plants and fungus and bacteria. It's all doing that. But as humans, we have words. We have the speech, the ability for speech and thought, and so it gives us a little bit extra in the universe, because we can speak words, and words are such powerful things. Words can actually rule your life. They can cause so much pain, and this can be in the form of words are so powerful. Words can they can create things and they can destroy things without even doing anything, just by the mere existence of them. But it's the speaking, it's the voice, so it's the actual and that's why it's powerful to have. People say affirmations don't do anything, but I believe that if they're the right thing and they said the right way, they can have a positive effect. Just like negative, disconfirming language can cause someone to regress or give up or stop doing what they're doing. We live in a time, and this has always happened, is language is always changing and evolving, but language itself is used
as a tool, like a weapon, to and when a word is not, like, if it gets changed in order to reform it, in order to have a new desired purpose. Just like in 1984, as an example. And so in Brave New World, it's the same thing, but they're removing words in Brave New World. Whole aspects of language are removed. So, and if you look at, we experience the world through our senses. But we express the world through our words, mostly. And yeah, etymology is interesting. And entomology is interesting as well. No. It's all interesting. But yeah, words are such powerful things. I know that it affected me for so long, how the power of words. So, people bullying me growing up, developing negative self-talk, disconfirming, putting myself down in front of other people. It's like I was casting negative spells on myself just in order to appease social structures. So learning to have positive words to say has massive change to your life. It's amazing. And so you have the thought, but the thought is trapped in the mind until it's expressed. And by speaking the word, it extends out into the world without the action. So if it's just action, it's not the word itself. So even though the word can be, or words can be misinterpreted, it's from that. You look at, it's what then inspires great things. So you don't just go, you don't think I'm going to go build a house. You say I'm going to go build a house, and then you go build a house. But by saying I'm going to go build a house, you're saying it to people around you, and then you're letting them know your intentions, and then people go, yeah, this is great. I'll help you build this house, and then suddenly you have people there to help you. You can just go off and build a house without saying anything, and people do that themselves. It's a spiritual thing as well too, to not speak the words and to just do. to just do or just act, and to remove the actual word from it. And in mindfulness too, you can you abstract to the thought. You can remove the words from it, because the words are something placed on top. But it doesn't matter, you can have the words. It's just, don't get trapped in the associations with everything. Like, let the words be there and have their true meaning, and not actually continue on with infinite. So things can become infinite too quickly and nothing happens then. So true meaning comes from this is going back to approximation again. So approximation of things, but it's also, it's close enough, but then, and that's why it's really interesting when you look at languages, and you got all these different languages, and then you got different words have different meanings in different languages, and then some languages have got multiple meanings for the same word, and other languages have only got one word for that thing. And so, and the English language has got amazing description words, but it's also got all these words that don't exist in the English language that exist in all these other languages. It's lacking in description. But because it has these other words, it's able to describe things differently. And I find all this stuff fascinating. And the power of words then in different languages have got different powers. And then if you look at the history of the words, when you break them down, and where they come, where the actual word, the meanings for the words come from, that's where the real magic and the spell lies, is in those that create the language, create the world. And often language is created, for the intention of retaining a power over things. And so you do have languages that are derivative, or don't have as close a meaning to the meaning to the words, don't have a close relationship to what they're trying to mean. And then you have other languages that have got a closer connection to the actual thing it's trying to represent. It's fascinating. I mean, I love that stuff. And I don't know many languages, but I would like to start to learn more languages. I don't know many. I know a bit of Japanese, and that's about it. I did French and German in like the first 2 years of high school, so basically nothing. Can't remember much of it at all. But I like the idea of learning languages. It's something I'd like to learn, something for the future. Learn a few languages. I'd like to learn basic bits of lots of languages, important words and simple phrases in lots of languages. I think that would be good to be able to do. And apparently that's, if you can learn several languages at once,
it's easier because you sort of understand the grammatical structure of the different languages, and at the same time you're learning the same words in all the different languages. It's more difficult initially, but then when it works, when it clicks, then suddenly you've got the base knowledge in lots of languages. That's what I've heard. So I did pretty much catch up with the chat, and then I started talking about the power of words. But words are so powerful. They shape our I've got a poem I wrote. It's in my poetry book. I'll try and find it. Where is it? Give me a second, I'll find it. No, that's not it. Here we go. It'll take me a moment to find it. Yeah, it's only a short poem. It says it's called Words. Words have means to rule our lives. In providence, true meaning hides. A cast of actors, each with their lines. Forgotten lines pause the play no one saw. So that's like a little bit cryptic. But I was talking about words, and I wrote a poem called Words, so I thought I'd read it. See, I was talking about all this stuff, so everyone started chatting again. Now I've got to catch up with the chat. Yes, Paige says measure twice, cut once. That's exactly it. Freya says that's my funny way of saying either woodworking or writing songs. Lol. Absolutely a journey, heroine's journey. Even though I don't know about having a destination yet. Yeah, well, it's like that's the beauty of it. You don't need to have a destination. I've got to take a break, and then I'll probably chat for another 10 minutes and that, or 20 minutes, and then but I do need to take a break. It's been really fun tonight. Like I really like how Freya found this channel tonight, and she came here and she just spoke, and we gave her full reign to just speak, and we contributed as well. But I love that, that's what happens. It doesn't. The chat's different every time. And it's really nice to have this conversation. It was. I appreciate. Appreciate you speaking, and we have this. That you felt comfortable to do that was really good. Paige says, yeah, Freya, I'd subscribe to your channel. You have a lot that's been repressed and deserves to be respected. Yeah, I want to start seeing Freya's videos where she talks about stuff. I think that'd be really fascinating. I can just imagine her doing live streams as well. But you start with recording videos with your phone or something, and then uploading them, and then I have that ability where I can just chat, so it is easy for me to just do this stuff, and it's easy when I'm reading other people's comments. I've already got stuff to read, so even though I do a big chat at the beginning where I have to talk myself, once I finish my talk, I'm reading other people's comments, and then I'm commenting on it, and it's fun. And I can read a comment and then talk for 20 minutes, or I can read the comment and say, oh, that's a beautiful comment, and then read the next one. Like, it just happens. It depends on whether I've got something to say. Often I don't have to respond to every comment, but sometimes it'll spark something, and I'll just think, oh, I've got something to say about that, and then I'll talk. But otherwise, I'll just read, and I'll just keep reading through. So it's fun. Like, I like to see you start a channel, make a channel. You've already got your channel, just start uploading to it. Freya says, yeah, it's an older channel, like when YouTube was new. I hope the link works. I don't know. I subscribe. I just clicked on, because this is my stream, I can click on your name and go to your channel, and I subscribe to that. And then, so you've got a new subscriber. I don't know if that's the same channel. Maybe you've got another one. Yeah, that's it. You can't post links, but you can post the name of it, and then people can search it themselves. Freya says, yeah, I will post the link to what should be my old channel, and then I posted another link, which should be the videos in the same channel. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Let me know if you want, Paige, if you want. Yeah, I appreciate you. Paige says, you can control your own thoughts and words. It's important to be mindful of what you say to yourself and others. Yeah, that's a really interesting comment. And I think that was when I was talking about the power of words. So, yeah, the power of words. So with things like neuro-linguistic programming and mind control, people will words, when you say a word, goes into someone's ear, and then it gets processed in the brain, and then directly affects specific parts of the brain, and then affects the nervous system, and then affects the body. And so someone could say a single word and it can have a massive effect on a human based on their past experiences. So this is conditioning, like Pavlovian stuff, and then it's then used through propaganda. Words are then used as weapons. They have desired effects. So words can be used to subjugate a population, demonize a portion of the population, and like I was saying before, like in 1984, renaming words, because that's what happens. It's happening constantly, again, I could quote this Michael Franti in Disposable Heroes of Hypocrisy. In one of his songs, from, I only made one album, but Spearhead was great. I met Michael Franti once. He but yeah, in one of his songs, he talks about oxymoronic language, which I think, what's his name? Noam Chomsky talks about oxymoronic language a lot, and neuro-linguistic programming and stuff. And but oxymoronic languages, but it's not just oxymoronic language; it's also the fluidity of language and changing words and it's predominantly used for propaganda, to change the names of something that is disliked and give it a new name, give it a new branding. And so when you think about it on a neuro-linguistic programming level, or a level of words have already got structures in our brains, and they have associations, and they have interconnected triggers within the words and their trigger response. So people are conditioned to associate positive or negative reactions to particular words, and they can be very powerful in the reaction that you get from it. And I think we all understand how significant this is, with things, for instance, negative self-talk almost always comes from disconfirming negative talk that has been directed towards you. You're then internalizing it, and all you're doing is repeating the things that other people have said to you. You're no good, you're useless, you're a piece of shit, you're crap, you can't do anything right. List goes on, like whatever those things. But then whenever you hear someone say that, it has a direct thing.
Words like during the war in Bosnia in the 90s, they changed the word genocide to ethnic cleansing. You know, that's an example. Now, the word ethnic cleansing, to me, because I grew up during that era when it was happening, you know, it was just as much of a horrible word, because to me, it had the exact same representation as genocide. And it's almost like they tried to rebrand the word, but the word they changed it to was just as bad. You know, it's like they were trying to civilian casualties in war, collateral damage. So collateral damage is an example of where they removed it far enough from like civilian casualties couldn't be more descriptive and accurate. Collateral damage couldn't be further away than you could think. Like it's not even like if you said to someone, what's collateral damage? They would be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So collateral damage in business is when assets are destroyed, like a truckload of car tires crashes on the highway, or a factory burns down or something like that. And they've taken that term and then put it and then changed it to actually meaning when like civilians, children, men, women, and children being murdered in a war zone that have got nothing to do with the war, suddenly they're just collateral damage, which is the most disgusting rewording that you could think of. Ethnic cleansing is a horrible word too, don't get me wrong, but at least it actually accurately describes genocide. It's not cleansing. Like if you look at it in reality, you look at it, it's horrible. It's like it's a word that was written by the people who are doing this thing. They trying to justify what they're doing. It's disgusting. There's no cleansing. It's genocide. Genocide is abhorrent. This is the word I was trying to think of before. Abhorrent. Horrible. Sorry if I've gone off onto like something that's really triggering or upsetting, but language is such a powerful thing, and it's used and it's changed and substituted, and it's constantly going on, renaming of things. And collateral damage as being, how can you say that innocent civilians getting killed in a war zone are just collateral damage? It removes what it does show, it shows the ignorance of the of those that perpetuate warfare, that they don't care, and they don't see human life as being valuable. So they see, oh yeah, it's damaged, but it's collateral. What does it even mean? Collateral means things that are worth something, but they're often technically seen as something that is not human. So dehumanizing is a big aspect to word wizardry, of changing words, because humans empathize with humans. That's why the word genocide has got such a powerful meaning behind it, because it's killing. It's almost like saying killing your own kind. It's not separating yourself from the other. And then during the Bosnian Serbian war, it was ethnic cleansing, which was a horrible rebranding of the word, because putting the word cleansing in is aggressive. It's like saying that it's disgusting to say something is cleansing when it's genocide. So they completely flipped it, and then they pushed it on the world through the medias and everything. It didn't last, because it was seen eventually as a really bad rebranding of something that really was genocide. Yeah, collateral damage. It's just dehumanizing. And then by separating the human aspect, then people don't associate as much with it. It creates a schism or a dissonance, and that's part of its impact, or its purpose. So sometimes it like oxymoronic language is like where something is more juxtaposed, and it's ironic because it's the opposite. And so that's slightly different, but we do see it's never going to stop. Like, language evolves, but it's also language used as propaganda is overt, because it's basically sanctioned and rolled out. It's syndicated, just like in 1984. Like, they get the updates and everyone has to change.
And that's what happens in our world today. But it doesn't always last. Like, these words don't always stick. They don't stay forever. I mean, I the power of words, you know. I was talking about words that are some of the most, you know, like, I had exactly what I was talking about when I talked about genocide. I thought about conflict and war and genocide, you know. So I grew up in my teenage years and early 20s. That's when we had the Rwanda, and we had the Rwanda Somali, and we had the Bosnian Serbian wars. But it's still going on today in slightly different forms, you know, and in different parts of the world. And it's horrible, but it's still the same thing, you know. So it's in some parts of the world, it's classed as re-education camps when really they're concentration camps. So it's amazing how yeah, humans do some horrible things to each other in war and conflict, tribal conflict, state conflict, empire conflict. Just talking about this stuff made me think about it all, you know, and then it just got me upset about it all. But it's the same story. Nothing's new under the sun. Like, this stuff's been going on forever, you know, like, doesn't mean it's right. But it hasn't, even though it's been going on forever, there's also been peace for long periods of time and prosperity for long periods of time. So that's something that we can be optimistic about, you know. Sorry, like, if I've upset anyone talking about this stuff. I'm just catching up to, because I caught up to like almost where I'd been talking, and then I started talking for so long now. I've got to scroll back up through. Yeah, Freya says, yeah, it's definitely conditioning, both metaphysically and physically, psychologically and chemically. And that can be for both good and bad. We choose to be in that duality paradigm. I collect dictionaries. I even have an encyclopedia of dictionaries. Words are power. If you're interested, you could look up Archangel designated to my specific birth time and date. Jabariah, the 70th archangel in whatever pantheon, I'm not sure, but the correlations are strong. It's interesting. It's like that reinversion thing we were talking about earlier with the images. Absolutely. It's exactly what happens with words. They get inverted. So the meanings get flipped. It's balance, says Paige. Wow, I'm super impressed, Paige. Says Freya. Yeah, I'm grateful for the angels. I missed the question. Oh, yeah, that's it. Is also known as Jabba male, is associated with alchemy and transformation, believed to help people transmute negative energy into positive energy. Transmutation, that's effeminate. There you go. We're getting very deep in the esoteric here. Very grateful for the angels. Interesting. I might have to skip a few just so I can catch up. Freya says, yeah, I concur to when I was talking about changing language. She says, yeah, casualties as if it's no big deal. Yes, that's it. Collateral damage, you know, and casualties as well, you know, even that. It's like it's when you look at the word like casualties, it's like it probably used to mean something that used to just be like a casualty was like having milk with your tea. It was a casualty, like you would just casually put your milk with your tea, you know, it would be something you did. When you think about it, like a casual, not casualty as in tea, but like I happen to just use tea as a reference, but like when you think about the word, you think it as it really means like something that is done casually. And when you think about it, in war, civilians are killed indiscriminately, en masse. They are the higher number of casualties, or again, using the word, they are the higher number of people who are murdered in a war are the civilian population. And it's, I think it used to be 10-1. It became that in modern times. So the wars weren't against the military, like you go back hundreds of years, and it was the other way around. It was the military and the armies were the ones that where the people died. And then in modern times, it's the other way around. It's the civilians that die. I'm not denying the fact that lots of people who are in the military go to war and die. That happens a lot. But the numbers speak for themselves, is that it's predominantly civilians that are murdered for the sake of a war. And you look at how close the word casually and casualty, you know, like, and so when you look at etymology, when you also look at neuroscience, when words go in your ears, they make specific patterns, right, in your brain, and they light up certain regions, right? So when you break a word down into small sections, they're called phonemes. So you have syllables: apple, computer. So you break it down even further. Computer is so as you break it down smaller, your ears are hearing and processing. So it's sampling it like a sampler samples an audio signal, and your brain is reading it. And that's why words cross over. That's how it works. So phonemes or phonemes. I don't know how it's said properly, but it's when you break words down into not their syllables, but their articulated parts. And that's how they're learning how to read people's minds with computers, by playing audio, watching what the person's doing, and it's recording it. And it's basically that principle, is that we listen and we hear, and that's why speech. So when I'm reading, I'm learning about polyvagal theory and stuff, and our cranial nerves that go to our ears are very important. So there's two that go to the ears, I think, and one filters the sound. So it filters out the background noise and attunes to the tone of voice. So again, it's another aspect to language, is the force of how it's delivered, but also the words can have the force within it. So when words are changed, or when there's words that have crossovers, that's how you can get triggered by certain words that sound like another word. It's not the same word, but it sounds close enough, goes into your brain, and it creates similar pattern in your brain with your mirror neurons repeating. So your mirror neurons are repeating the sound as if there's a voice, and that's then affecting other brain regions. And that's why words can have such powerful things, because they can trigger emotional responses. So dehumanizing language dehumanizes the individual. Disconfirming language disconfirms the individual. Uplifting language, confirming language, affirming, confirming language raises the individual up and empowers them. It's very powerful. Again, I just started talking for so long. it's going to take me ages to catch up on the chat. I could like that. I don't want to skip too much. See, I'm so far behind the chat again. I'm back when I started first talking about language. And it's where at 4 hours I'm starting to get tired. Freya says, my heart is up to it right now. Thank you, Paige, and everyone involved in this conversation, everyone involved even in having this channel exist. So pressed quite deliberately. No, it's been great to have you here, Freya, and that you just came here tonight and we just, you know, had this conversation. I'm glad. And, you know, like I just had a 20-minute, half an hour. How long is it? 20 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes talking about propaganda, the power of speech, how the brain works, how words work, and how they're processed in your brain. You know, like, you know, it's good. That just happened, you know, but it actually makes sense because words are so powerful. I started with that. I started with how powerful words are, and then it just sort of kept going with that, and then it got on to propaganda and changing language, and then it got on to how words are, you know, Pavlovian response, and in training, in indoctrination, and how that works with dehumanizing and disconfirming by changing language. Invading armies have forced language changes on populations throughout history, and it's been a tactic that's been done forever. And inversion, interesting thing, you know, Etruscan language was reversed. Everything was reversed. So Etruscan was spelt backwards. So they changed the language, but they didn't change it. They just reversed it. So there's been a lot of interesting correlations between the conversations tonight, going through it all. But yeah, that whole getting to talk about how words work, with, you know, when you break it down into it's the articulations of the vocalized expressions of the word. So water, you know, when you say water, it has those create structures within the brain. So you have a rhythm, water, but you break it down, water, you know, like, so water is one of the oldest words in human history, and it's very similar across the world. And obviously the world has had interconnected civilizations many times over, many more times than they like to say that we've been connected. And we know this fact from the petroglyphs and from the architecture, that the world was connected many times over many thousands of years. It's undeniable. And the
So languages were interconnected as well, but at the same time, certain things may have organically existed. It's like yeah, there's a phenomenon with, and this connects to um, field theory and all that stuff, that when when chemists are trying to synthesize a specific molecule or crystal, everyone's trying to do it, but then as soon as one lab does it, suddenly all the other labs can replicate the same thing they've been trying to do thousands of times over, but it can be done easily. And this is like what Rupert Sheldrake talks as morphic resonance, and other people have different names for it, like source and field theory. That or connective consciousness is that the universe is connected. Like, so quantum entanglement is another example. So that's another where they've done scientific experiments showing this phenomenon. And so same thing happens with designers. So the designing of the aircrafts, like the Airbus and Boeing and all the other, they all come up with the same thing. Now, they weren't, maybe there was espionage, industrial espionage going on. Maybe there was collusion going on. I don't think so. I think it was this thing that is this phenomenon that these separate entities were all working on the same thing at the same time. And they all came up with the same thing through this collective envisioning the same thing, and as soon as one group worked it out through the interconnectedness of the universe through quantum entanglement, the other groups came up with the same thing. And this happens with mathematics as well. People coming up with mathematical solutions to problems. They're all working on the same thing, and then one group cracks the code, and then the other one cracks the code. They might even come up with a different solution, but they've cracked it at the same time. But they've all been working on it for many years. So there's lots of different examples of how this can work. Music is another example where music styles can pop up at the same time, and you could say, well, they all had similar technology and stuff, but my example is words, so that even if there's societies within the world were separated, certain words were universal in a sense that they came from a source that was the true source. So that even though the word might be different, they're similar enough just to be like they've had a common root. but it wasn't necessarily a common root. It could have been a distributed collective common. I love this stuff. I love just coming up with theories and stuff. But I mean, this isn't just me. This is like stuff that I've been, many other people have said this stuff. I'm just sort of drawing connections between things. I will. We're at 4 hours and 16 minutes. I'm going to have to end it soon. So I wish I could go through all the comments. I might be able to catch up to them all before we end. Freya says, and you'll get me going with these words and war talk. This across the board since the dawn of time. It's impossible to articulate the unsustainable and ridiculous nature of it. Yeah, totally. I'm sorry if I've triggered anyone. The old fears, the new. Yeah, exactly. Freya says, yeah, it's not bad to be triggered in certain instances. This should provoke an outrage, a holy outrage even. Absolutely. Freya says, I worry about the people that aren't provoked by these topics. Yeah. Well, they're unaware, or they're too scared, they're afraid. They can be triggered by it. I do understand, like, or they're just ignorant, and ignorance is bliss in that way that, they don't want to know, or they're just, in some ways, it takes a lot to learn about all this stuff, So, we've all done a lot of research in all this stuff over many years of things. And then you think there's a lot of people who haven't done any, not just sitting in civilians, but not just sitting in a civilians, but what about the soldiers? What's happening to the millions of men marching to their certain death and families cheering them on the yeah. I did sort of neglect that when I first started talking about it, but then I brought it back towards the end when I made sure I said, well, clearly there is a lot, that are the civilians and the families left behind. And I didn't mean to neglect them. I just meant that proportionally, in modern warfare, the civilian population is vastly outnumbered in the deaths. And yeah, and the women have been trying to remember to just say people is just difficult through pronouns, but it's not about pronouns. It's quite literally across the board. Yeah, there's that. Well, it does. In the modern time, things are just getting reconfigured completely. Yeah, to murder and martyr by deliberate and persistent request. This goes way beyond the consent. This is some black magic beyond belief. Page said with the tears, truth. Freya says, yeah, and we're talking about the macrocosmic aspect. There is also the micro, and that is in my life, and apparently in yours, and at least has been again both physically and metaphysically. Are you sure? See, how you going? Are you sure? We're having a deep chat at the moment about words and stuff, and this was you've been here for, I don't know how long you've been here, but yeah, I went on a bit of a off tangent topics, but I had a bit of fun just talking about that stuff just before. It's good to talk about that stuff, and just I'm fascinated with how all those things interconnect.
Freya says, I don't pretend to have any of the answers, and I have is my all I have is my own perspective and experience. That's all anyone really has. Where I'm so far behind on the chat again. Here we go. Yes, I've studied rhetoric and the settler forms of language, such as facial expression, hand gestures, body language, etc. Yeah, exactly. Correction, it's evolving, and in a lot of cases, including this case, has already evolved. So, note to be star. Defended me, mal text Latin for defended me from evil words. Yeah, nice. See, that's exactly it. So many things have been lost. It's quite paralyzing when you allow yourself to tap in consciously to the collective at this particular time and space. Humans do some horrible things to each other all the times in any situation, I agree, but I found in my experience it's not what happened that hurt me, it's what didn't happen. I hear what you're saying. So that's things like justice, injustice, and justice, not getting justice. And yeah, I hear what you're saying. It hurt worse more than no one defended me exactly, comforted me or protected me. That was way more damaging both initially and long term, sorry. Did any of the trauma in itself. I agree. And that's can be a massive thing, is the damage that's done from inaction, not being comforted or treated correctly. Sorry if that came out. No, it didn't come out confusing, but I have a feeling you understand. I totally understand what you're saying, and it's well documented, in fact. And it's people's reactions to a traumatic event towards someone who's been traumatized with a victim. It can be more traumatizing. It's well known that it can be much more traumatizing than the actual event itself. And it can be much more long lasting because you have to then live with that. That can be the thing that actually reoccurs and perpetuates, is the treatment. And then whereas the event itself is temporary and it can be resolved sometimes, whereas the other things can compound and become much worse. Very good comment, and it's been studied as a not a phenomenon, but an actual aspect. It's a real aspect to trauma, is adverse reactions or lack of. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Freya says, yeah, I'm just commenting as you speak, but never rush. It's dangerous, lol, and unnecessary. Always take your time and necessary to make time. Angles and curves. It's all angles and curves. Yeah, I love that. Anything you take into any of your orifice, you are consuming and therefore creating yourself out of it. I'm laughing again. You're talking about the words having the force and wearing. I'm wearing Star Wars shirt that says the force is the one. It's yeah, it only dehumanizes the individual, but also the individual protecting and everyone else around it that's subjected to it. We got a new person here, Angela Cahill, just joining. Awesome. How you going, Angela? We're having sort of deep conversation about language and stuff at the moment. And Angela says, yeah, from the USA. And anyone else who listens, Freya says, yeah, anyone else says this video will read these comments will be uplifted. Yeah. So strange. I feel I could talk to you forever. Like, oh, lol. Wait, here we go. Praying for the UK. I don't even know what's going on there. There's something going on. On the surface, I could say it's because there's lots of things going on there. I had too much built up, but I don't think I'm just vomiting out a backup clogged up. I feel it's been deliberately saved up for now. Yeah, I think that's sort of like, when I started talking about language and propaganda and how the brain processes words and quantum entanglement, I think all those things sort of same thing. They were built up, and it was good to be able to connect it all. Matter of fact, I've never emailed anyone, but I'm going to get your email right now. Awesome. Freya says, yeah, no, civilians should absolutely come first in this conversation. Brenda's here as well. How you going, Brenda? Awesome to see you here from Oregon. You got some serious storms going on there in Oregon, but it's also beautiful. I've seen some photos from the woods, and it just looks like such a lush place at the moment. Ethan's here as well. How you going, Ethan? We got another person, Go Fast Racing. Awesome, cheers. Oh, seems to be like a troll. We don't respond to trolls. We never get trolls here, so I don't even know if that's that. We had someone who came here who had a name Jenna, and last name was Talia. So they thought it was funny that you'd read out their name. That's about as worse as it's been. So like, it's a friendly chat here. We don't sort of. Freya says, yeah, I have caught up. We've had worse storms. It's heaven here. Yeah, it looks really lush at the moment, Brenda. Go Fast Racing says, just tune in for the first time. It's a little before 5 a.m. Southern Cal. Yeah, that's it. It's pretty late. I'm actually about to end the stream because I've been going for like 4.5 hours. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Freya. Yeah, the balance with the troll. Yeah, like, and they disappeared anyway. Like, that's the thing. They don't stay. They realize that there's no real point. So, and yeah, you're right. Like, it's almost impossible to never have that happen. So, oh, there you go. Thank you very much for that. So that's what happened. Ethan got reported and blocked. Nice. I love that. That was sorted. I didn't have to do anything. So yeah. Freya's gone. She says, toodaloo. Good night all. Much gratitude. Brenda says, yeah, hello from Southern Cali. Freya says, let me know if you receive my email. I will be waiting in the wings. It might take a few days. I've got a lot going on, but I'll probably get back to you tomorrow anyway. I'll email straight back and say, yeah, I got your email. But like, this was probably my only chance to stream this week. I think it might not be till next Sunday. Go Fast says, not to overshare, I survived a beheading via a sneak attack about 3.5 years ago. Actually came from what was my significant other. She had premeditated. That is some extreme trauma that you, and betrayal. That's some extreme situation you survived. Go Fast. And yeah, premeditated, and like, wow. When I say wow, I hope that's not condescending. Like, I'm genuinely like that. That's full on. Like, and to have that happen and to survive it too, resulted from some different feelings than combat stuff because of who it came from. Yeah, totally. Brenda says, yeah, Go Fast. That's horrible. Yeah, that is. Yeah, man. Go Fast says, yeah, I don't take it as condescending, your approach. Thank you. Yeah, good. Your approach of calm is appreciated. It's like, I'm just like wow. Like, imagine like, like, I'm just trying to think. Was it nighttime? Like, somehow you like you caught wind of it, and then yeah, because it's the thing is, I've heard that with spouses, when they do that, something like that, they don't go halfway through it. Like, it's brutal what people do to each other. And it really is brutal, like what happens. Freya says, I'll keep you in my meditation. Go Fast. I've dealt with severe violence as well, especially from intimate partners. I will consider it past life karmic debt paid. Paige says, good morning from the US. I'm excited to share the kids and I are getting ready for church. Take care, sweet souls. I'll see you later. Thanks for being here, Paige. It's been really lovely having you here through this 4.5 hour chat. It's been long. It's been really good. And we'll chat through like sometime soon. So have an awesome day. Freya says, I'm finding it difficult to hear myself away from this live stream. Tear myself away from this live stream. Well, it is difficult. Me too. Like, except I am going to have to end the stream any minute now, because it has been going long enough that I do have to end the stream soon, because I got to start my night shift in my in the next 20 minutes. So Go Fast says, she took me on a picnic for my birthday up here in the wilderness where I live. Bit of a hike, some trails. She'd taken me on that trail the night before. She put a whole medicine cabinet in the food she made, and I did not eat and I don't eat Advil or aspirin. I didn't find that out until the hospital. Angela, um, Angela says, "Dang, missed something special." Yeah, well, it's 4.5 hour stream. It's been pretty cool, and I'm about to end the stream. So yeah, what you can do is you can go back and watch it from the beginning, but it's not going to be live, but it'll still be good. Um, Freya says, "Well, now someone is needing me, lol, but I will keep you in my meditation, send you love and light energy, go fast." You didn't miss it, Angela. It's in the field forever. There you go. I found out after her first strike, found it kind of, no, kind of tuned a bit of things, went black, and seen her standing with the weapon. So to strike a second time. So I made distance and ran about 2 miles. Oh my gosh. So she actually cut you with it. Paige says, wow, that's deep betrayal. Brenda says, I'm happy I've found your channel. I attend IPB group, but the more the better. Go Fast says, with my hand inside my neck and the other hand holding my head up via my hair, eventually I got someone that gave me a t-shirt to cover the wound. So she tricked you to go for a hike, and then she poisoned you, and then she like waited for you to be drugged out, and then she got the knife out, and then you Angela's got the hearts phrase like this. This implies that you're incarnated here with very important purpose, considering you survived this against astronomically impossible odds. Brenda says, I hope she's locked up. Go fast. Freya says, I've been through similar situations. Paige says, be safe, loves. Be strong. Meet us again soon. We love you. See you later, Paige. Thanks for being here and have a great day with your family. Angela says, sometimes the algorithm gives you gifts when you're ready to face the pain. Happy to meet you. Going to listen now. Awesome. That's it. You'll enjoy the replay of the stream. It goes on so many different topics. Freya says, honestly, sorry if it's cheesy, but I love you too, Paige. It's not cheesy. You two had a really great chat tonight. Go Fast says, yeah, it severed my spine. I shouldn't be able to walk or move. Taught myself to walk again and can pretty much everything I used to. That's survival right there. Go Fast. Freya says, and besides, I also love cheese, so it's okay. Angela says, it's all started when I was baby. I think 50 is good time to say enough is enough. Freya says, and now your task is to help others in similar scenarios, I would suggest. Angela says, I love genuine, non-depressive souls who love. Go Fast Racing says, I subscribe to the channel. We'll be tuning into your programs. Yeah, cheers, brother. Non-deceptive. That's what you meant to say. Yeah. Angela, that's what Angela meant to say. Brenda says, have a good rest. I'm off to replay from the beginning. Love and light to you all. Go fast, says Freya. Thank you for the genuine words and sentiment. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, go fast. You survived something really amazing. Not amazing, like it's amazing you survived something so I can't even think of the word to describe it. It's like against all odds type thing. Having to run 2 miles with your head like that, with the blood, with the wound, and also being drugged and stuff, and how like and also recovering too after all that. So yeah, go fast. Like that's a really powerful survival, you know. So Freya says, yeah, very unique experience to be able to relate to. Can relate, but not specifically to that situation, obviously, but very similar regarding to the violence and circumstances. Go fast says, and Luke, thank you for extending your gift of what you can do to us. Thank you. Go fast. As soon as you I was going to end the stream, but then as soon as you started talking about your story, and it's like I've got to keep this going so that you can share with us your experience. Angela says, I'd love to send a special I love you to my angel and my daughter. Vienna Isabella, rest in peace forever, 17. I'm really sorry to hear that your daughter passed, Angela. That must be heartbreaking. It must be really heartbreaking to have lost a daughter. Do for us says go fast. Paige says long live Vienna. Yeah, exactly. Freya says she's with my angel daughter, Tina Renee, rest in peace. I thought the exact same way, Luke, who I would be receive all this love and support and then abandoned and comrade in turn. Exactly. Though weak, buried her 5 years ago amidst the gang stalkers in my family that sent her to her death. That's horrible. She was gang stalked by her own family. That's tough. Angela says that's tough. Go fast says and take it easy on the night shift, Luke. Get good meal in today. I will. I'm gonna have I got fruit and muesli to have later. And it's pretty easy. It's I'm looking after my mother who's not well, and so I just sit with her and look after her, and hopefully it's pretty tender at the moment, and it's probably why I kept the stream going so long tonight, because it's a good distraction for me to do this once a week at least, have these streams going, and but it's starting. It's pretty. It's Um, It's things are getting pretty difficult for her now. That's all I can say. Angela says she was someone who loved how we all wish we to be loved. So sorry to hear you lost your daughter like that. Freya says yes, and hydrate. Restructure your water and hydrate. Also been targeted individual and have family affiliated deeply in certain underground organisations, so I can relate all these topics. Freya says self-distraction is a valuable tactic strategy rather. Go Fast says I just popped it up, didn't have to search out or scroll for it. Yeah, that's awesome. The algorithm works like that, man. You know, it's I've got complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and and you pretty much do with what you've gone through, man. You've got like you survived extreme trauma with what you went through, and the rehabilitation, and same with Angela. Like she's lost her daughter. It's like we all find each other like this, and I think um, it's just the way it works like that, I guess. And it's a friendly, safe place where we can share what we've been through and have constructive sort of things. I often talk about how like I'm working on healing from the trauma because it's taken over, it's taken over my life, for so long, and I've got to fix it. So, Are You Sure says, oh no, wait. Freya says, yeah, but remember your boundaries. You cannot give up. Drink from an empty cup. That's exactly it. You gotta look after yourself. That's why I gotta end the stream in the next couple of minutes because I have to go. But Angela says, yeah, we know their game now. Yeah, well, that's it. You've been through this with this, and you know what's going down with that. So, it's really sad that this happened to you, and it came from your own family. Are You Sure says, rest well, everyone. Thanks for being here. Are you sure? Rest well yourself too. I'm going to end the stream in the next minute or so. I'll end the stream. Freya says, yeah, I'll be waiting for your email. Yeah, it'll be in the next day or two, I think. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 24 hours, so it might take me a day or two, Freya, but I'll get around to it. It's just that things are pretty full on at the moment. But yeah, I look forward to checking your email and getting back to you. Angela says, okay, we'll let y'all rest, and 4 hours is a lot. It is. It's almost 5 hours now. Yeah, Angela says, same, go fast. It does go fast, hey? Super fast. Freya says, thank you, Angela. Good night, all. Angela says, yeah, I got complex post-traumatic stress disorder with a side of spiritual abuse. Well, you've come to the right place, Angela. So I hope to see you in live streams. We're here to help each other and all that, So now you found us. Now you found me and us. We have great supportive conversations. Freya says you both will get a lot from the live stream on replay. Guarantee that. Yes, Angela, on the topic you will relate a lot brought up in the replay. Grateful to be part of the transcending betrayal. That's it. We are transcending betrayal. You guys send to your mother, and I'll go tend to my grandchildren. Go fast says, I'll rewatch from the beginning. Awesome, go fast. And mate, when you went through what you went through, I just totally had the whole image of like the hike and the picnic and the being sort of half drugged out and then like and then running and then 6 months or a year of rehabilitation or whatever it took. So that's extreme. That's full on extreme. Freya says, yeah, you go 10 lol. Are you sure? Says, got a big hug. Angela says, I'll press the notification bell for sure. Good night. Take care. Thanks for being here, everyone. Go fast. Freya, Angela, are you sure? Thank you all. And everyone who's listening that's not in the chat, because a lot of people like to just listen and not join in the chat. They're just happy to sit and listen. So I appreciate them for being here as well. They don't have to. You know, we're all there's a lot of people here who are very don't necessarily want to, they're happy to listen, or it you know, it might be difficult to talk. So we all appreciate you being here, and so just letting you know that we're thinking of you as well, and good night to you as well, the people who aren't in the chat who are here as well. Freya says, your psychic empathic nature has been activated, Luke. You're being tested in the realm of self-care and boundaries. Good night, love. Toodaloo. In passing with flying colours. Thank you. Thank you for your pillar silently holding space. It's been an amazing almost 5 hours. So yeah, I've got to go. I've got to start my night shift now. So I'll be up until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And it's only like it's 11 o'clock now. So I've got a long night ahead of me. But I've got a book to read, and I need to drink 2 or 3 coffees so that I can stay awake. Thanks, everyone.